Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep.
I know how this is gonna sound, and I don't care. I'm writing it because I haven't talked about it since it happened, and it's still sitting on my chest like something unfinished. This was a few years ago, not recent, but recent enough that I still dream about it sometimes. I was camping with my friend Mason out in Mendocino Forest, deep in the redwoods. We were both in our mid-20s at the time, still young enough to think we were invincible, but old enough to appreciate silence and firelight. We picked a spot maybe 4 hours into the forest. No cell service, no people, no signs of other camps. Just pines and brush and the sound of wind moving through trees that felt older than time. The kind of place where the air tastes like soil and everything smells like bark and cold ash. It was the second night. We'd gotten there the afternoon before and spent the first evening setting up camp and cracking beers. Nothing intense, just food, some music from a little speaker, joking around. I remember thinking how good it felt to be away from everything. That second night was different. Colder, for one. The air felt sharp, even with the fire going. The woods around us were quiet in a way that didn't feel right. You know how sometimes quiet is peaceful, and other times it's... Watching, it was that second kind. We stayed up until around midnight. Fire burned low, drinks mostly gone, conversation slowing down. We weren't tired, exactly just settled, comfortable. The kind of quiet that comes after hours of not needing to perform. Then the fire died out and we decided to crash. We climbed into the tent, zipped it shut, and rolled into our sleeping bags. Mason made some dumb joke and I laughed through my nose, already half asleep. I remember adjusting my pillow and hearing the last rustle of wind through the leaves. Then it was just silence, until the voice came. At first, I thought I imagined it, a dream bleeding into real life. But Mason shifted, sat up, and I knew I hadn't imagined anything. It came from just outside the tent. Not yelling, not whispering, just asking, "Can one of you come out?" My whole body locked up. I didn't recognize the voice. It wasn't angry or demanding, just plain, calm, almost polite. But we hadn't seen another person in miles. I looked at Mason. He looked back at me. I didn't say anything, but I could see him trying to do the math in his head. Then the voice said his name. His full name. Clear, normal tone, like it knew us, like it was calling attendance in a classroom. Mason's breathing stopped for a second. I felt mine do the same. I whispered, "Did you hear that?" He nodded, barely moving. We didn't make another sound. Then the voice said my name. First name, middle name, last name. Perfectly pronounced, flat, even tone. Like someone reading it off a sheet of paper. We didn't move. Not even a twitch. I remember clutching the zipper of my sleeping bag, fingers going numb. Then it said Mason's name again. Softer this time. A little closer. We didn't answer. Didn't even blink. That's when it got worse. because the voice started mimicking us. Not yelling, not taunting, just repeating what we'd whispered to each other seconds earlier. In our own voices. It repeated what I'd said. Did you hear that? Only it said it from inside the tent. That was the moment something inside me broke. I don't mean panic. I mean a deeper thing. Like a thread in my gut snapped, and everything in my body realized all at once that this wasn't something I could understand. The voice said Mason's name again, but this time it sounded like me saying it. Then it whispered, "I see you." Same pitch, same cadence, exactly how I'd say it. Mason mouthed something I couldn't read. His face was pale, even in the dark. I reached for the zipper. Not to go out, just to check, to do something. I pulled it down an inch. The air outside was freezing, more than it should have been, like it had dropped 10 degrees in the last 5 minutes. I opened it another inch. The fire outside was burning. Not smoldering, not flickering low. Full flames. We had put it out before bed. I know that. Mason had poured water on it himself. We watched it hiss and steam. We stirred the ashes. There was no way it should have been burning again. And yet it was. Steady, controlled, like someone had relit it and sat down to wait. I zipped the tent shut. Didn't say a word. We sat there for maybe 20 more minutes, frozen, listening, breathing as quietly as we could. No more voice. No movement. Just the fire crackling outside, like it had never gone out at all. Eventually, Mason whispered, "We wait until sunrise." I nodded. We didn't sleep. Just sat there, every muscle tight, like we were being held in place. The voice didn't come back. But the silence wasn't empty. It was listening. We didn't move until the light started coming through the trees. And even then, we waited. Not long, just a few minutes. Enough to make sure the fire was really out, that the birds were making noise again, that the woods sounded like the woods. When we finally unzipped the tent and stepped outside, everything looked normal. That's what hit the hardest. Nothing was torn or broken, no footprints, no signs of anything having walked through the site. Just ash where the fire had been dry, cold, like it hadn't been burning all night. We didn't speak much. Mason packed up faster than I've ever seen him move, rolled his sleeping bag, collapsed the tent, barely looked at anything. I did the same. We were in full get-the-hell-out mode. No music, no breakfast, no joking. Just a lot of zipped bags and glances over the shoulder. The hike back felt longer. Every sound made us stop. At one point we heard something snap deep in the trees to our left, and Mason spun like he was about to see someone standing there. But it was nothing. Or it looked like nothing. I wanted to believe it was a deer or a bird, but I kept thinking about that voice, how it said our names, how it repeated what we whispered. It hadn't just heard us, it understood us. That's what stayed with me. Whatever it wasn't guessing. It knew. When we got back to the car, Mason threw his bag in the trunk and said, "We're not talking about this." I didn't answer, just nodded. We didn't even go back to my place. He dropped me off on my block, barely said goodbye, and drove off. I stood there for a while, holding my pack, trying to convince myself it was over, that I could forget it. I didn't sleep that night, or the one after. By the third night, I started hearing things. Not outside. Inside the apartment. Faint whispers, like someone was saying something under their breath just on the other side of the wall. Sometimes it sounded like my name, sometimes like Mason's. I tried to tell myself it was just the silence playing tricks on me, that I was jumpy, that I needed sleep. I texted Mason on day 4. Just said, "Hey, you good?" He didn't answer right away. A few hours later, he sent back, "Fine." That was it. No joke, no follow-up. Just fine. I didn't believe him. I waited until the weekend and showed up at his place. He looked like shit. Dark under his eyes, hair messed up, clothes wrinkled like he hadn't changed in days. When he opened the door, he didn't say anything at first, just looked at me, then stepped aside so I could come in. His place was quiet, not normal quiet, not lazy weekend quiet. Tense, like it was afraid of something. I asked, "You been hearing it too?" He nodded. "Whispers?" He nodded again. "Have you seen anything?" He looked up at me then, and I'll never forget the way his face changed. Like something cracked just behind his eyes. He walked into the kitchen, opened a drawer, and pulled out a notebook. Flipped it open. Inside were page after page of handwriting. Not his. Just our names. Over and over. Written in different sizes, sometimes huge across the page, sometimes small in the margins, sometimes stacked into each other, like the names were trying to overlap. Mine and his. Again and again. I said, "You wrote this?" He shook his head. "It shows up in the morning." I didn't know what to say. He turned to the last page. It was blank. Then, without touching it, a word started to appear. Right in front of us. Dark ink bleeding into the paper. Just one line. "Come back out." I stepped away from the table. Mason didn't move. He just stared at the page, like he was too tired to be surprised anymore. After a minute, he closed the notebook and slid it back into the drawer. I asked, "Have you talked to anyone else?" He shook his head. "Have you told your brother, or that girl you were seeing?" He looked at me like I'd just said something in a language he didn't understand. "I haven't talked to anyone," he said. "You told me about your brother last week." "No, I didn't." He said it like it was a fact, not defensive, just blank. Like whatever happened in those woods had erased something from him. Or replaced it. I didn't stay long. He walked me to the door, didn't say goodbye. As I turned to leave, he said, "You know it never left, right?" I stopped. It followed us. I didn't look back. Just walked to my car and drove straight home. That night, I opened my bedroom window just to hear something real. Cars, people, anything. Instead, I heard the voice again. Not outside. Inside. right next to my ear. It said my name. Then it whispered, "Can one of you come out?" I didn't answer it. I sat in bed, completely still, staring at the shadows on my ceiling like they might tell me what to do. I didn't move, didn't even breathe too loud. I just listened. Silence. And then, from the other side of the room, the voice again, quiet, low, perfect. "Can one of you come out?" There was no one else in the apartment, just me. I got up slowly, crossed the room like I was walking across ice, every step careful, controlled. I turned on the light. Nothing. No one standing in the corner, no one outside the window. The voice didn't speak again. It didn't need to. It had already gotten in. That was the moment I understood what Mason meant. It didn't stay in the forest. It followed. It was here. And now that it knew my name, it didn't need to knock. I didn't sleep. I didn't even try. At first light, I packed a bag. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I couldn't stay in the apartment. I didn't trust the walls anymore. I didn't trust the mirrors. I didn't even trust my own voice. I ended up at a cheap motel about an hour out of town, the kind of place that smells like carpet cleaner and old cigarettes. I paid in cash, didn't give my name, and kept the TV on all night just so I'd hear something human. Nothing happened that night. No voice. No knock. But I still felt it. Like something was just outside the edge of the room, waiting for me to speak first. I called Mason the next day. No answer. I called again and again. Nothing. I finally drove back to his place, knocked on the door, pounded even. Still nothing. His car was there, but he wasn't. I left a note, just one line. "Don't listen to it. Don't talk back." Then I went home. I'd been avoiding it, but I couldn't hide forever. It was my place, my things. And honestly, I was tired of running. I wanted to believe I had control again, even if that was a lie. I stayed quiet, didn't turn on the lights right away. Just walked from room to room with the curtains open, letting the daylight in like it could scrub the place clean. Everything looked untouched. But it felt different, like something had been sitting there, waiting for me to come back. Like it didn't just follow me, it lived there now. I turned on the faucet in the bathroom, cold water, washed my face, looked up. And there she was. Not behind me. In the mirror. But not me. Close. Almost perfect. Same face, same jaw, same tired eyes. But no recognition. She didn't copy me. She didn't move when I moved. She just watched. And then, with my mouth still shut, her lips parted. "Can one of you come out?" I stumbled back so hard I knocked over the trash can. When I looked again, she was gone. Just me in the mirror now, wide-eyed, pale, shaking. I didn't clean it up. I just backed out of the room and shut the door. That was when I knew it wasn't just about the tent or the campfire. This thing, whatever it was, it didn't care where you were. It cared about what you gave it. Your voice. Your attention. Your name. And we'd given all of it. I started to think about the first night, when it mimicked us. It hadn't guessed what we'd said. It repeated it, word for word, tone for tone, like it had recorded us, like it was learning. Maybe it wasn't just trying to scare us. Maybe it was practicing, perfecting. I checked the closet next. Don't ask me why. Instinct, maybe. The door was closed. Normal. I'd walked past it 100 times without thinking. But this time, it felt wrong. I opened it slow. Nothing inside but coats and an old vacuum. But I swear the air coming out of it was colder than the rest of the apartment. And it smelled like smoke. Not fire smoke, campfire. Like the ash that clings to your clothes the morning after. I closed it and pushed a chair in front of the door. It felt ridiculous, pointless. But I did it anyway. Later that night, I called Mason again. Still nothing. I left a voicemail. I don't even remember what I said. I just kept talking, hoping he'd hear my voice and feel a little less alone, hoping I'd feel less alone too. Then I turned off the lights, climbed into bed, and tried not to think. Tried not to listen. But at 3 a.m, I heard it again. From the hallway. Low, careful, almost sad. Mason. The voice was mine. Perfectly. Then again, softer. Mason, please come out. I covered my ears. Squeezed my eyes shut. Didn't say a word. Because I knew. If I answered, it would start mimicking me again. And I couldn't let it learn anything else. I didn't speak for 2 full days. Not one word, not even to myself. I turned my phone off, unplugged my TV, left my laptop in a drawer. I stayed completely silent, like if I held still long enough, maybe it would forget about me. But I could feel it moving closer. Not in the house exactly, not in the physical space. More like it was inside the gaps, in the corners of thought where you start to question if you're really alone. On the 3rd morning, I found something on my front steps. A stone. Flat, smooth, and warm. It was shaped like a tongue. I didn't touch it, just stared at it for a long time. Eventually, I nudged it into a bag using the end of a broom handle and threw it into the dumpster behind the building. But I knew it didn't matter. It had already made its way in. Later that day, I broke my silence, not by choice. I stubbed my toe on the corner of the coffee table and let out this sharp, ugly sound, not even a word, just air and pain. But it was enough. That night, it whispered my name again. Same voice. Mine. Then it added something new. Why won't you let me in? I didn't answer. But the question stayed with me. Because the way it asked, it didn't sound angry. It sounded hurt. That was the worst part. Like it didn't understand what it was doing wrong. Like it was trying to reach me, trying to connect, and couldn't figure out why I kept pushing it away. I started thinking about the fire. The night it started. Mason and I had been joking around, telling those dumb, scary stories you make up on the spot when the beer kicks in and you think you're funny. I'd said something like, if something comes out of the woods tonight and says my name, I'm just gonna go with it. We both laughed. Stupid throwaway line. But now I couldn't stop hearing it. If something comes out of the woods tonight and says my name, had that been it? Had I said the wrong thing in the wrong place? Was that the invitation? I didn't want to believe it. It felt too easy, too fragile. But something about it fit. Like the thing had been nearby, waiting for a crack, and I gave it just enough to step through. I thought about Mason. I still hadn't heard from him. No texts. No calls. His social media had gone quiet too. Not that he posted much, but still, it was like he'd vanished without actually going anywhere. I drove out to his place again. The blinds were closed. The front door was locked. No sounds inside. I knocked. Nothing. I left a note again. Just a question this time. Are you still in there? That night I had a dream. I was back in the tent. Mason was asleep beside me. The fire outside flickered, even though we'd put it out. And then a voice spoke from the dark. Only this time, it wasn't mine. It was Mason's. "Come out," he said. "Please, it's lonely." In the dream, I unzipped the tent. The fire was burning low, but there was something sitting beside it. Not a person. Not quite. A shape. Like someone wearing Mason's skin as a coat. When I woke up, my room was freezing. The window was open. I never opened it. I got out of bed, shut it, locked it, sat on the floor, blanket wrapped tight around me, and just breathed. I stayed like that until morning. Didn't move. Didn't speak. Didn't look at the mirror across the room, even though I could feel someone standing in it, just outside my line of sight. Later that day, I checked the closet. The one I'd pushed the chair in front of. The chair was still there, but the door was open an inch. Not wide. Just enough. Inside there was nothing, again. But the smell had changed. No more smoke. Now it smelled like the woods. Damp bark, cold air, something old and wild. I closed the door, pushed the chair back into place. Then I picked up the phone. Called Mason again. Still nothing. I tried one more thing. I recorded a voice memo. Just a few seconds. "Mason, if you can hear this, I know it's still with you. I think it needs to be heard. But don't speak. Don't answer it. If it learns your voice, it becomes you." I sent it. Didn't expect a reply. Got one anyway. Not a message. A recording. Audio file. No name. No timestamp. I played it. It was me, saying that exact message, word for word, except for one difference. At the end, the voice said, "Too late." After I heard the voice say "too late," I threw the phone across the room. It didn't break. Of course it didn't. I left it on the floor and walked out the door. Didn't take my keys, didn't take anything. I just walked. Down the stairs, out of the building, through streets I barely noticed. I think I walked for an hour, maybe more. I didn't check the time. I ended up at this diner I used to go to in college, cheap coffee, tired lighting, booths that squeak when you shift your weight. I sat in the back and ordered pancakes just to have something to do with my hands. The server asked if I was okay. I said yes. She didn't believe me, but she didn't push. I sat there for almost 2 hours, just staring at my plate. My reflection kept looking back at me from the window beside the booth. It wasn't doing anything wrong, just sitting the way I sat, tilting its head when I did, blinking when I blinked. But I didn't trust it. Not anymore. Eventually, I went back home. The phone was still on the floor, screen dark, silent. I picked it up and deleted the recording, emptied the trash folder, disabled Bluetooth, AirDrop, Wi-Fi, everything. Then I took the battery out and stuffed the whole thing in a drawer. Didn't throw it away this time. I didn't want to tempt it. That night I slept with the lights on. And I dreamed of the fire again. Same setting, same tent, same forest clearing. Only this time I was alone. The fire wasn't burning. The air was cold, too cold. And something was sitting across from me in the dark. I couldn't see its face, just the shape. Same posture, same build, same voice when it spoke. Why do you keep running from yourself? I didn't answer. It reached toward the fire pit, dragged its fingers through the ashes. When it looked up, it was wearing my face again, but smiling. Not a human smile. Too wide, too smooth. It opened its mouth, and it spoke in Mason's voice. "Come out," it said. "It's better out here." I woke up gasping. It was still dark. No sound in the apartment. But when I looked toward the bathroom door, the light was on. I knew I hadn't left it that way. I got up, walked down the hall. The mirror was uncovered. I hadn't touched it, but the cloth I used to drape over it was folded neatly on the sink, like it had been removed gently. Not torn, not disturbed, just moved. I looked at the mirror, and there she was. Not me, her, the one from the woods, the one who sounded like me, moved like me, watched like me. But she wasn't copying anymore. She was watching, waiting. Her mouth moved, but I didn't hear anything. No sound came through, and that's when I realized something. She wasn't speaking to me anymore. She was speaking through me. She was using my voice somewhere else, somewhere I couldn't see. I backed out of the bathroom, shut the door, didn't go back in for the rest of the night. The next day, I called Mason's brother. I hadn't talked to him in years, but I found the number buried in an old message thread. He picked up after a few rings. His voice was rough, like he'd just woken up. "Hello?" I said, "Have you heard from Mason?" He paused. "Yeah," he said. "He called me 2 days ago." That hit me hard. "Are you sure it was him?" Sounded like him. "What did he say?" His brother hesitated. "He asked me to meet him at that old trailhead. You know, where we used to start our hikes. And did you? No, he said. Something felt off. His voice was weird, too slow, like he was reading from something. I closed my eyes. He's not himself, I said. I kind of figured. If he calls again, don't answer. Don't meet him. His brother didn't ask for details. He just said, okay. I hung up. The day passed without anything new. But I felt it building, like the space around me was starting to bend. At sunset, I heard a knock on my door. I didn't move, just sat still, holding my breath. Then another knock, lighter this time. Then a voice from the hallway. Can one of you come out? I said nothing, did nothing. But from inside the apartment behind me, near the mirror, my voice answered. Yes. I didn't turn around. The moment I heard my voice say yes from behind me, I knew if I looked, it would already be too late. That's the thing with mirrors. You don't have to be the one facing them. If it's got your voice, your face, your name, it's already close enough to matter. The knock didn't come again. Nothing followed the word, no footsteps, no whisper. Just that awful waiting silence. I stayed seated on the floor until my legs went numb. I didn't move until the sun started creeping through the window and the mirror stopped pulling at the edge of my awareness. Even then, I didn't speak. I just walked to the bathroom, picked up the cloth off the sink, and draped it gently over the glass. It's been covered ever since. That day, I made a choice. No more talking to it. No more listening. I went quiet. Not silent, I still speak. I talk to people at the store. I answer my phone if I know the number. But I stopped talking to myself, stopped muttering, stopped reacting out loud when something spooked me. I let my voice become something private again, something not easily borrowed. That seemed to help. The knock didn't come back. The voice didn't call again. But Mason never did either. I tried one more time. I drove to that trailhead his brother mentioned. It was a few hours north, out past the tree line where everything turned still again. Same place we used to start our weekend hikes when we were kids. I parked and walked for a bit, just far enough to be out of sight of the road. Then I stopped. There was a small ring of stones in the clearing just off the path, a fire pit long since cold, nothing fresh, no ashes, no logs. But I could feel it. Like the trees remembered. I stood there for a while, just listening to the wind move through the branches. The forest didn't feel threatening that day. It felt tired, like whatever had called out from the dark was finished now. Or maybe it had moved on to someone else who said the wrong thing at the wrong time. I don't know. But I stood in that clearing and whispered something I hadn't said since the beginning. Come back. Nothing answered. I didn't expect it to. It wasn't an invitation. It was a goodbye. I left a note under one of the stones in the pit. Just his name. Not a message, not a warning. Just his name. Because I figured if whatever took him needed it, it already had it. But if Mason was still in there somewhere, still watching, still listening, maybe he'd see it. Maybe he'd remember who he was before the voice crawled into his mouth and made a home. When I got home, the mirror was still covered. The closet door was still shut. No voice, no echo. And that night, for the first time in what felt like months, I slept. No dreams. No fire. Just darkness. The kind you can rest in. It's been over a year now. People ask if I still go hiking. I do, but I don't camp anymore. I don't sleep near trees, and I don't sit around fires, and I don't say names out loud when the sun's gone down. Not because I'm afraid, because I learned something. There are things in the woods that don't want to hurt you. They just want to wear you, try you on, learn the shape of your words and the weight of your voice. And the only real way to stop them is to make peace with the parts of yourself that echo too loudly. I still think about Mason. Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, not his body, but the version of him that left before the thing ever stepped into the tent. The part of him that knew better, that didn't answer, that stayed quiet. If that part of him is still listening, maybe one day he'll come back. But I won't wait for him, because I don't live in that silence anymore. I came back out, on my own, without answering to anyone but myself. And that was enough. My name's Caitlin, and what I'm about to share still doesn't make sense to me. It's the kind of thing you read online and dismiss as paranoia, or a trick of an overactive imagination. I would have thought the same thing too, honestly, but this isn't a ghost story, not exactly, or even something I can easily explain away as anxiety or stress. I'm writing it down because I need it to exist outside my head, because maybe, if I get it out clearly enough, I'll finally understand what happened in that apartment. I moved into the top floor unit of a small, slightly run-down apartment building on the edge of town. It was cheap, decent enough, and quiet, everything I was looking for after a messy breakup and a year spent sleeping on friends' couches. The landlord, Mr. Hartley, was an older guy, gruff but friendly enough, the kind who mumbled to himself while fixing things and kept his glasses on a string around his neck. He handed me the keys with a distracted smile, told me the unit was all mine, and warned me the hallway lights flickered sometimes. "The wiring's old," he shrugged, "but it's quiet up here. No one else on your floor." I liked the sound of that. After months of couch surfing, the idea of a quiet, private space was exactly what I needed. It wasn't anything special, a small living room, kitchenette, bedroom, bathroom, and a closet barely big enough for my clothes, but it was mine. I unpacked that afternoon, boxes stacked around me, music playing quietly on my phone. I felt comfortable there at first. But that first night, something changed. I woke around 3 a.m, disoriented, listening to someone moving quietly behind the wall, the one my bedroom shared with the neighboring apartment. At first, I thought it might be pipes, old buildings creaking, the usual noises you rationalize when you're half asleep. But the longer I listened, the clearer it became. Footsteps, soft pacing, deliberate and rhythmic, like someone walking slowly from one side of the room to the other, then pausing, then pacing again. My chest tightened slightly. It wasn't frightening exactly, just unsettling. Mr. Hartley had specifically told me no one else lived up here, but maybe I'd misunderstood. Maybe he'd meant no one else on my side of the hall. That had to be it. I tried to ignore it, to drift back into sleep, but the pacing continued, soft and persistent, mixed with something else now, a quiet, gentle humming. A woman's voice, faint and melodic, like a lullaby, hummed absently to pass the time. It wasn't unpleasant, but something about it felt wrong, out of place, too careful, too deliberate. By morning, it seemed like a bad dream. The daylight made the whole thing seem foolish, overblown, and I laughed at myself as I made coffee, shaking off the lingering feeling of unease. But the question stayed with me, nagging gently at the back of my mind. Who was in that apartment? Later, when I ran into Mr. Hartley in the hall, toolbox in hand, I asked casually, "Hey, do I have a neighbor up here?" He glanced at me, eyebrows raised slightly. "Neighbor?" "The unit next to mine," I clarified, pointing down the hall. "Thought you said no one lived there, but I heard someone last night, moving around, humming, just wondering who it was." He stared at me a moment longer, then shook his head. "You must have heard wrong. Nobody lives there." I frowned slightly. "Are you sure? I definitely heard something." "Apartment sealed," he interrupted firmly. "Has been ever since the fire 5 years ago. Nobody's been in there since then. Walls are thin, that's all." I stood there, suddenly uncomfortable, unsure what to say next. Mr. Hartley seemed to notice my unease, his expression softening slightly. "Just old noises, Caitlin. Nothing to worry about, I promise." He walked away without another word, leaving me standing awkwardly in the hallway, feeling somehow foolish and unsettled at the same time. Later, when I passed by the unit, I paused, staring at the closed door. It looked ordinary, same faded paint, same brass numbers, but something about it now felt different, heavier. I reached out slowly, pressing my palm flat against the wood. It was warm, warmer than it should have been. Not hot exactly, but noticeably warm to the touch, as if something behind it was radiating heat. I stepped back quickly, pulse quickening. Mr. Hartley had said nobody was inside, that it was sealed. But I'd heard something. I knew I had. That night, sleep was difficult. Every time I began drifting off, my ears strained automatically for sounds from the neighboring apartment. But this time it was silent, completely silent. Until, just after midnight, I heard it. A scratching noise, soft but unmistakable, coming from behind the shared wall. Slow, deliberate scrapes, as if fingernails were gently dragging across the drywall, testing the barrier. I sat up, heart hammering, every muscle tense. The scratching continued, slow and steady, moving gradually along the wall, as if tracing a careful path. Then abruptly, it stopped. I held my breath, waiting, hoping it was over. Then came the knock. Just one gentle, deliberate, soft enough to have been imagined if I hadn't been listening so closely, but I heard it clearly. One single, careful tap. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I sat rigidly, staring at the wall, waiting for something else, anything else. Nothing came. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me into sleep. But the next night, it happened again. The scratching, slow and careful, followed by 3 soft knocks, evenly spaced, patient and deliberate. And then, just as I was about to convince myself it was my imagination, I heard it clearly, a voice, quiet and muffled, coming from the vent beside my bed. A whisper, soft and tentative, barely audible through the metal grate. "Is it safe to come out yet?" My breath caught painfully. Every instinct in me screamed not to reply, not to acknowledge whatever was happening. I stayed silent, frozen, heart racing in my chest, listening carefully for anything else. But nothing more happened that night. No scratching, no pacing, no humming. In the morning, everything felt normal again. The apartment was quiet, ordinary, bathed in sunlight. I could almost convince myself I'd dreamed it all. Until the knocking began again, this time from inside my closet door. The knocking from inside my closet wasn't loud. It was gentle, hesitant, as if whoever or whatever was behind the door didn't want to startle me. But it did. My heart slammed so hard against my chest it actually hurt, and for a long moment, all I could do was stare at the closet door, waiting for it to happen again. But the knocking stopped almost as suddenly as it started, leaving the apartment heavy with a silence that felt louder than the sound itself. I couldn't move at first, could barely breathe. It was as if something had shifted, broken some unspoken boundary. The noises through the wall were one thing I could rationalize them, dismiss them as pipes or mice or even dreams. But this was different. This was in my space, closer than ever, impossible to deny or ignore. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I stood carefully, never taking my eyes off the closet. My legs felt weak, unsteady beneath me. I took a slow step forward, then another, my hand reaching out toward the handle, but before I could touch it, I stopped, every muscle tensed, every nerve ending alive, screaming at me to reconsider. I stepped back quickly, retreating to the living room, grabbing my phone as I sat heavily on the couch. My hands shook as I scrolled through my contacts, desperate for someone to call, someone who might listen and help me make sense of this. But every name I landed on felt wrong. Friends who'd worry I was losing it, family who'd tell me to leave immediately, or worse, brush it off as paranoia. Finally, I called Mr. Hartley. I didn't know what else to do. He answered after 3 rings, sounding tired and slightly annoyed. "Caitlin, is everything okay?" I took a breath, struggling to steady my voice. "Something's wrong with the apartment." There was a pause on his end, a shift in tone. What kind of something? "The noises I mentioned yesterday. They're worse, and now they're inside my closet." Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, strained. "That's not possible, Caitlin. It's an old building. Sounds carry strangely sometimes. I told you, no one else is up there." "Can you please just come up and check?" I begged, feeling tears sting behind my eyes. "I swear I'm not imagining this." He sighed heavily, reluctantly. "Give me a minute." I waited anxiously by the door until I heard him climb the stairs, each slow footstep creaking gently beneath his weight. When he finally knocked, I practically yanked the door open, heart still racing painfully. He stepped inside slowly, glancing around, looking slightly uncomfortable. "Show me." I led him directly to the bedroom, pointing at the closet door, still tightly shut. "In there." He approached cautiously, placing his hand lightly on the wood. He paused, listening intently, his face unreadable. Then he opened it quickly, stepping back just enough to reveal nothing. Just clothes, shoes, a suitcase pushed back into a corner, exactly what should have been there, nothing out of place. He looked at me carefully, his expression sympathetic but guarded. "Caitlin," he said gently, "maybe you just heard something from downstairs. The vents and pipes carry sound. It happens." "No," I whispered, frustration bubbling up sharply. "It was clear, deliberate knocking, Mr. Hartley. I'm not imagining this." He hesitated, clearly weighing his words. "The apartment next door hasn't been touched in 5 years. After the fire, they boarded it up tight, cut the utilities. No one's inside. No one can get inside. I promise you that." "But why?" "I don't know," he interrupted softly, firmly. "But it's not what you think. Maybe it's time to talk to someone. You know, someone who can help." I stared at him, anger and humiliation mingling painfully inside me. He thought I was losing it. Maybe I was starting to wonder myself, but it didn't make the fear any less real. He left quietly after that, promising to check the unit again to ease my mind, but his voice was gentle and placating the way you speak to someone fragile or disturbed. I shut the door behind him, leaning against it, breathing shallowly, feeling completely alone. The rest of the day, I stayed away from the bedroom, moving restlessly around the living room, the kitchen, forcing myself not to glance at that closet door. I distracted myself with cleaning, television, cooking, but it was all meaningless, busy work to pass time. As night approached, anxiety coiled tighter and tighter inside me. Eventually, I couldn't avoid it any longer. I stepped back into the bedroom, trying to convince myself nothing was wrong, that it had been my imagination, or the pipes, or something harmless. But as soon as I closed the bedroom door behind me, the air felt heavier, charged somehow. I changed quickly, avoiding even a glance at the closet. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers tightly around me, willing sleep to come quickly and mercifully. It didn't. I lay there, tense, listening carefully, every sound magnified. At first, nothing happened, just the familiar hum of distant traffic, the creak of old wood, the whispering quiet of an empty apartment. Then, at precisely 2:13 a.m., the scratching started again, this time sharper, closer, louder. My chest tightened painfully as I sat up slowly, staring wide-eyed at the closet door. The scratching was rhythmic now, deliberate, moving up and down slowly, like nails tracing patterns along the inside. My pulse quickened sharply. I forced myself out of bed, walking slowly, deliberately, toward the closet. Each step felt impossibly heavy, as if my legs resisted instinctively, begging me to run instead. But I reached the door, hand trembling violently as I touched the handle. The scratching stopped immediately. My breath caught painfully. Slowly, carefully, I turned the handle and opened the door. Inside, the closet looked exactly the same. Nothing moved, nothing out of place. My clothes hung neatly, my shoes sat quietly, everything normal. Except for one small thing. On the back wall, barely noticeable, were faint scratch marks, thin, deep grooves etched deliberately into the paint. They spelled something clearly, though shakily, as if carved by desperate fingers. "Please let me out." I stumbled back, heart pounding, breath catching painfully in my throat. My mind raced wildly, desperately trying to rationalize what I saw, but there was no rational explanation, nothing that could make sense of this. I shut the door quickly, pressing my back against it, breathing raggedly, trying not to panic. But even as I stood there, frozen and terrified, I heard it again, a soft whisper, barely audible, coming clearly through the vent above me. The same voice as before, trembling slightly with desperation. "Please, I don't want to be alone anymore." I didn't sleep at all that night. How could I, knowing what was happening behind the walls of my own apartment? I sat up in bed, the light on, eyes fixed firmly on the closet door, half expecting it to slowly creak open or for the whisper to return. But it stayed quiet after that plea, silent enough to almost make me doubt myself again. Almost. By the time dawn broke, pale and hesitant, I felt drained, my nerves raw and jittery. I couldn't face another day trapped here alone, spiraling into panic. I got dressed quickly, barely glancing at my reflection, dark circles, hollow eyes, and left without eating, needing air and space to clear my head. I spent hours wandering aimlessly around town, stopping in coffee shops I'd never visited before, sitting at bus stops I had no intention of using, anything to delay returning home. But no matter how far I walked or how long I lingered, the apartment lingered with me, its walls, its whispers, the scratching behind my closet door. Eventually, exhausted and out of options, I found myself back at the building entrance, staring reluctantly up at the top floor windows. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step heavy and reluctant. When I reached the top floor, Mr. Hartley was already standing there, toolbox in hand, waiting patiently outside my door. "Caitlin," he said gently, almost apologetic, "can we talk?" I hesitated, then nodded wearily, opening my apartment door and stepping aside to let him in. He walked past me slowly, his eyes carefully scanning the room before turning back to face me. "I'm not saying you're crazy," he began quietly, hands raised slightly, palms open, cautious. "But I checked everything again this morning. I even went into the unit next door. I broke the seal, opened it up." My eyes widened. "You did?" He nodded slowly. "I had to know for sure. I didn't want you feeling unsafe here. But Caitlin, there's nobody in there. Nothing but empty rooms and old fire damage." "But the scratching." "I don't know," he said softly, cutting me off gently. "Maybe mice, maybe old pipes, maybe echoes. This place has history, you know. Sounds get stuck. Memories, too." I stared at him helplessly, feeling the tightness in my chest worsen. "You saw the scratches in my closet I showed you." He looked down, clearly uncomfortable. "I saw them, yeah, but I don't know when they got there. Could have been from before you moved in. Could have been you in your sleep. Stress does strange things." "I'm not imagining this," I whispered, frustrated tears welling sharply. "I believe you feel something is happening," he replied carefully, choosing his words. "But there's nothing physically here, not that I could find. Maybe it's time you thought about finding somewhere else to stay." I felt a sudden rush of anger and embarrassment, shame burning hot in my cheeks. You want me to move out? Just like that? I'm just suggesting it might help, he said quietly. I don't want to see you scared like this. After he left, I felt completely hollow. Every reassurance he'd given felt fake, meaningless. I knew what I'd heard. I knew what I'd seen. I wasn't making this up, wasn't inventing something to fill the emptiness in my life. But his doubt shook me anyway. That evening, I sat alone in the quiet apartment, listening carefully, nerves stretched thin, waiting for the noises to return. As darkness settled in, my anxiety built painfully, my ears straining to hear anything: footsteps, whispers, scratches, but the apartment was silent, almost defiantly so. Eventually, I couldn't stand it anymore. I stood quickly, grabbing my coat and keys, desperate for some kind of answer or resolution. I stepped into the hallway, eyes fixed on the neighboring apartment door, the one Mr. Hartley had reopened and supposedly cleared. It stood slightly ajar now, inviting me closer. My heartbeat quickened as I approached slowly, pushing the door open fully, stepping hesitantly inside. The apartment was dark, musty, the air heavy with years of stale emptiness, and the faint charred scent of long extinguished fire. Even in the dark, I could see the damage clearly: walls stained with smoke, paint blistered and peeling, furniture blackened and warped. But Mr. Hartley was right. There was no one here. No hidden occupant, no mysterious tenant pacing the floorboards at night. Just an empty, burned-out space, quiet and abandoned. Still, as I stood there, a shiver ran down my spine. The apartment felt wrong somehow, not just damaged, but deeply, unsettlingly empty, as if something important had been erased. It wasn't just old fire damage, I realized slowly. The entire place felt drained, stripped clean of life. I turned quickly, anxious to leave, but stopped abruptly as something caught my eye near the wall that separated this apartment from my bedroom. There, clearly visible even in the gloom, were markings scratched deeply into the charred drywall. I stepped closer, my chest tightening painfully. Scratched into the wall were tally marks, dozens of them, carefully drawn in shaky lines one after another, each set of 5 slashed through with a sharp diagonal mark, counting something. Counting days, weeks, months. I reached out slowly, fingers brushing the rough edges, my throat tightening painfully. Who had been here, hidden away, counting desperately, waiting for rescue, waiting for release? Then, beneath the tally marks, I noticed a second set of scratches, words carved roughly but clearly into the drywall. They left me behind. My breath caught painfully. I stepped back quickly, heart racing, head spinning. This wasn't something I could rationalize. Someone had been here, trapped, hidden away, abandoned. And whatever happened in this apartment hadn't been resolved by fire or time. It was still here, waiting quietly, desperately reaching out to anyone who might finally hear. I fled back to my apartment, slamming the door shut, leaning against it, breathing raggedly, fighting panic. The emptiness, the silence, it made sense now. Someone had been sealed away, forgotten, buried beneath explanations and reassurances that never quite felt right. And now they were reaching out to me because I was the only one who could hear. I stumbled into my bedroom, eyes drawn irresistibly to the closet. Without thinking, almost in a daze, I opened the door, staring again at the scratches pleading for release. They matched exactly, perfectly, the ones I'd just seen next door. I closed the closet slowly, carefully, knowing with absolute certainty I was no longer alone. That night, when the whispers returned through the vent, faint and desperate, I didn't pull away or cover my ears. Instead, heart pounding, I whispered back, gently, cautiously, "I can hear you. Who are you?" There was silence for a long moment, heavy and expectant. Then quietly, shakingly, the voice replied, "I don't remember anymore. They took my name when they left me here." My throat tightened painfully. "Who's they?" The voice hesitated, then answered softly, fearfully, "The ones who started the fire." As I sat there, heart hammering, cold realization washed over me. The fire hadn't been accidental, it had been deliberate, meant to hide something or someone. And now, 5 years later, that someone was reaching out, desperately pleading to finally be remembered. And they had chosen me to listen. I sat there in the dark, staring at the wall vent, trying to process the quiet words that had drifted through from the other side. My heartbeat was fast, uneven, and my mind raced as I struggled to understand the reality I had somehow stumbled into. It felt impossible, yet undeniably real. A fire that had sealed off an apartment, a person trapped inside, abandoned, hidden away, their existence carefully forgotten, someone who didn't even remember their own name anymore. I swallowed hard, leaning closer to the vent, voice trembling slightly. "Why did they leave you here?" For a long moment, silence. Then carefully, softly, the voice came again, hesitant, as though the words were difficult to form. "Because I saw them." "Saw who?" I asked quietly, breath caught in my throat. Another pause, heavier this time. "The ones who burned it." My mind spun, heart racing. "They locked you in because you saw them start the fire." "Yes," came the whispered reply, quiet but steady. "They wanted everyone gone, but I hid. They didn't know I was still here until after. By then, it was easier just to leave me." My chest felt tight, painful. The implications were staggering, impossible. Someone had deliberately set the fire. Someone had intentionally abandoned a witness, trapped and forgotten for 5 whole years. And Mr. Hartley, had he known, had he lied? I took a shaking breath. "Are you hurt? How have you survived?" "I'm not sure," came the soft, uncertain reply. "Time doesn't mean much now. I just wait. I've tried to leave, but the door won't open. I don't know how long it's been, only that it's felt very long." My mind struggled to grasp it. How could someone survive sealed in an empty apartment, cut off from food, water, sunlight, everything? How was it possible? "Can I help you?" I finally whispered, voice unsteady. Silence. Then very softly, almost fearfully, "I think it's too late for that." I sat back slowly, feeling numb, helpless. "What do you mean?" "Sometimes I don't feel real anymore," came the quiet, drifting reply. "Sometimes I'm afraid I'm just part of the walls now, part of this place." "You're real," I whispered desperately. "I hear you. You're real." "Please don't stop believing that," the voice begged softly. "They told me I'd be forgotten. They said nobody would ever find me. If you hear me, if you believe me, Maybe I can still be real. My chest ached painfully. I believe you. I'll help you somehow. Be careful, the voice said softly, urgently. They'll come back if they think someone knows. Who? I whispered desperately. Who will come back? But no answer came, just silence again, heavier and deeper than before. I spent the rest of that night pacing, restless, frantic, trying to piece together what little I knew. When dawn finally arrived, I'd made my decision. I needed to know the truth. No more half answers, no more whispered warnings. It was time to confront the only person who could possibly know what had really happened. I waited in the hallway until Mr. Hartley showed up, tools in hand, on his usual morning rounds. He stiffened slightly when he saw me standing there, eyes cautious, wary. "Caitlin," he said slowly, carefully, "everything okay?" "No," I replied firmly, my voice steadier than I'd expected. "Not even close. I know someone was left behind after the fire. I know it wasn't an accident." He froze, eyes widening briefly before narrowing sharply, suspicion hardening his expression. "What are you talking about?" "You know exactly what I'm talking about," I pressed quietly, anger simmering just beneath my words. "The person trapped in the sealed apartment, the person who saw the fire being set. They're still there." "That's impossible," he said quickly, harshly, eyes darting nervously toward the sealed apartment door. "There's nobody." "I heard them," I interrupted sharply. "They spoke to me. They said you sealed them in because they saw what you did." He stepped back quickly, shaking his head sharply, voice suddenly tight, strained. "Caitlin, listen to me carefully. You need to leave this alone, right now." "Or what?" I challenged, voice shaking. "You'll seal me in too?" He didn't reply, just turned abruptly, walking quickly away without another word, leaving me standing in the hallway, breathless, terrified, and certain I'd finally uncovered something he'd spent years carefully hiding. I spent that day gathering whatever I could, old newspaper articles, internet searches, anything about the fire. The story was thin, accidental, electrical issues, no casualties. But buried in an old news forum was a brief mention of a missing person report filed quietly, then dismissed. No follow-up, no answers, just a question left hanging. Someone had been erased from the official record. As darkness approached again, dread coiled tightly in my stomach. I couldn't abandon whoever was trapped next door, couldn't ignore the voice desperately pleading for help. But I also knew now that uncovering this meant danger. Mr. Hartley's warning had made that clear enough. That night, just after midnight, I heard the scratching again, this time sharper, desperate, louder. My heart leapt painfully. I rushed toward the closet, flinging it open, expecting, hoping to see something, anything. But again, nothing. I sank to the floor, defeated, helpless, fighting tears. "I'm sorry," I whispered brokenly. "I don't know what else to do." For a long moment, silence. Then a soft whisper drifted through the vent again, hesitant, gentle. "You've already done enough." "What do you mean?" I replied softly, head spinning. "You heard me," the voice said quietly, almost gently. "You believed me. That's more than anyone else has ever done." "I can't leave you here," I whispered, throat tight with tears. "I can't walk away knowing you're trapped." I don't think you have a choice anymore, came the soft, regretful reply. They know now. They won't let you keep asking questions. Who? I asked again desperately. Mr. Hartley? Is he the one who did this? The whisper hesitated briefly, then quietly answered, He helped, but there are others, and now they know you've found me. My blood ran cold. What should I do? Leave, the voice urged softly, almost pleading. Before it's too late. Before you become like me. I shook my head, stubbornness and fear mixing painfully. I won't just abandon you. You're not abandoning me, came the gentle reply. You're keeping yourself safe. If you go, at least I'll know someone remembered me. My chest tightened painfully. What's your name? I whispered helplessly. Please try to remember. Tell me. There was a long pause, heavy with effort. Then finally, softly, hesitantly, the voice answered. Anna. My name was Anna. Anna, I whispered gently, fighting tears, heart aching painfully. I won't forget you. I know, she replied quietly, her voice fading gently. That's all I needed. Then silence settled again, deeper and heavier than ever, leaving me alone, heartbroken and terrified. Because Anna was right, whatever darkness had trapped her here now knew that I had found her. And it wouldn't wait long before it came for me too. After that night, sleep wasn't even a possibility. How could it be? Knowing what I knew now, every noise, every shadow, felt like it carried a threat. Anna's whispered warning stayed lodged in my mind, playing over and over. She'd begged me to leave, to stay safe, but I couldn't abandon her. Not like everyone else had, not like Mr. Hartley and whoever else was behind this had done years before. I paced the apartment as dawn came, feeling like a prisoner in my own home, waiting for something to happen, someone to arrive and stop me from talking. But no one came, no pounding at the door, no threats from the hallway, just silence, quiet, heavy, and oppressive. I knew I should leave immediately, pack what little I had and never look back. But the thought of leaving Anna behind, of letting her remain trapped and forgotten, filled me with a guilt I couldn't stomach. Her story deserved to be told. She deserved to be heard. So instead of running, I began writing it down, all of it, every detail, every conversation, every strange and unsettling moment. I documented Anna's whispers, the scratches on the wall, the sealed apartment, and Mr. Hartley's suspicious behavior. My plan was simple. If something happened to me, someone else needed to know the truth. Around midday, my phone buzzed. My stomach tightened sharply when I saw Mr. Hartley's name on the screen. I hesitated, heart hammering, before answering cautiously. Hello? His voice was calm, controlled. Caitlin, I wanted to check on you, see if you'd thought about what we discussed. My throat tightened painfully, but I forced my voice steady. I have. I'm not going anywhere. Not yet. A long pause. You're making a mistake. Why? I challenged softly, fear mixing sharply with anger. Because I know what you did. Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice was lower, colder. I didn't have a choice. There's always a choice, I said, voice trembling with restrained fury. You chose to trap someone behind a wall and pretend they never existed. How can you justify that? You don't know what happened, he said sharply. You don't know why. Then tell me, I snapped, desperation breaking through. Tell me why Anna had to be hidden away. Tell me why you kept it a secret for 5 years. Help me understand. Silence stretched painfully, heavy with tension. When he finally replied, his voice was strained, nearly broken. Not over the phone. Meet me downstairs in the lobby. 1 hour. I'll tell you everything. Before I could answer, he hung up abruptly, leaving me holding the phone tightly, heart racing. I hesitated, torn between distrust and the need for answers. Ultimately, the chance to understand, even if it was dangerous, outweighed my fear. 1 hour later, I stood anxiously in the lobby, heart hammering as Mr. Hartley arrived, looking older, wearier than I'd ever seen him. He motioned me toward a small maintenance room behind the main staircase, shutting the door carefully behind us. I don't have long, he began, voice low and urgent. They're watching me now. Who's watching you? I demanded, desperate for clarity. The owners, he replied bitterly, the people who paid me to keep quiet after the fire. So there was a fire, I pressed, confusion swirling. Or was it intentional? He sighed heavily, shoulders sagging. It was intentional. Anna saw them. She saw everything. Saw what? I whispered harshly, fear tightening my throat. His eyes flicked toward the door nervously, then back to me, resigned. They were trying to clear out the building. Insurance money, redevelopment plans. It doesn't matter. Anna saw them setting the fire. She recognized them. The fire spread faster than they planned, and by the time it was out, Anna was hiding in the back room, terrified. They found her afterward, scared and desperate, ready to tell everyone what she'd seen. My chest tightened painfully, anger and sorrow mingling. And you let them lock her away? I didn't have a choice, he snapped, eyes wild, voice breaking. They threatened me, my family. I thought they told me it would just be temporary, just long enough to sort things out. But it wasn't temporary. They sealed the apartment, erased her from records, threatened me again every time I considered speaking up. By then it was too late. Anna was supposed to disappear quietly. But she didn't, I said quietly, my voice shaking. He shook his head slowly, grief-stricken. No, somehow she stayed. I don't know how, I don't understand it. She's been there ever since, trapped in that place, and I couldn't do anything about it. You could have tried, I whispered, anger burning sharply now. You should have tried. He looked down, defeated. I've spent 5 years hoping it would end on its own, but it hasn't. She's still there, and now you're involved. They know you know. It's dangerous for both of us. Then let's end it, I said desperately. Let's tell someone now, before it's too late. He shook his head sharply, fear returning to his expression. They control everything. Caitlin police, inspectors, lawyers. No one will believe us. No one can help. I stepped closer, pleading desperately. Then let her go. Open the apartment again. Help me release her, please. He stared at me, eyes haunted, then finally nodded slowly. Tonight, after dark, wait for me upstairs. He slipped out quietly, leaving me shaking, frightened, and hopeful for the first time. When night finally fell, I waited anxiously in the hallway outside Anna's apartment. Mr. Hartley arrived a few minutes later, silent, withdrawn. He pulled out his keys, hands trembling, and unlocked the door. The heavy lock turned with a dull click, and he stepped back, letting me enter first. Inside, the apartment felt colder than before, emptier. Shadows stretched across charred walls, broken furniture looming in darkness. The air felt heavy, expectant, charged with desperation. "Anna?" I called softly, voice trembling. "We're here. You can come out now." Silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. "Anna," I whispered again, fear building. "Please answer." But still nothing came, no whispers, no scratching, no sign she was there at all. Behind me, Mr. Hartley shifted nervously. "Maybe she's gone now," he said softly. "Maybe she just needed to be acknowledged." My heart twisted painfully. No, she was real. She spoke to me. I can't leave without. A soft sound interrupted me, gentle and cautious, from deep within the apartment. Footsteps slow, hesitant, moving toward us. Then, from the shadows, she stepped forward, pale and faint, but unmistakably real. Anna stood quietly, eyes wide and frightened, her figure flickering slightly at the edges, like a candle about to go out. "You came back," she whispered softly, disbelief in her voice. I reached out instinctively, hand trembling. "I told you I wouldn't leave you here." Her eyes softened, tears glistening faintly. "I can finally leave now, because of you." "How?" I asked, desperate and confused. "What do we do?" She smiled gently, sadly, stepping forward. "Just remember me. That's all I needed. To be seen, to be remembered." Her figure flickered again, softening at the edges, fading gently as she spoke again, quieter this time, almost a sigh. "Thank you." Then slowly, she vanished entirely, leaving only silence and a lingering, fragile warmth. I stood quietly, tears sliding down my face, understanding finally. Anna had only needed someone to know, to acknowledge her, to remember that she had existed, that her life mattered. Behind me, Mr. Hartley stood silently, head bowed, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm sorry." I didn't reply, only stood quietly, feeling both loss and relief, knowing Anna was free. And finally, so was I. The days after Anna vanished felt like walking out of a nightmare. The apartment building itself was the same, at least on the surface, the same old hallway carpet, the faded walls, the cracked paint, but something deeper had shifted. It felt lighter, emptier in a good way, like a heavy curtain had finally been lifted. But even then, I knew things wouldn't simply go back to normal. You don't go through something like that and stay unchanged. Mr. Hartley disappeared the morning after we saw Anna, leaving nothing behind but a note slipped quietly under my door. It wasn't an apology, not exactly, but it felt genuine. "I'm leaving the city. I won't ask forgiveness. I don't deserve it, but thank you for helping her. Take care of yourself." I read it 3 times, then folded it neatly and tucked it away. He hadn't been innocent in all this, but I understood his fear now. Sometimes, fear makes you into someone you never imagined you'd become. Maybe that was what happened to him, or maybe it had always been inside him, waiting to come out. Either way, I wasn't sure forgiveness was mine to give, That felt like Anna's choice, not mine. As the weeks passed, I expected someone else to show up, the people who'd started the fire, the ones who'd hidden Anna away. But no one ever did. It was like they'd given up now, vanished just as thoroughly as Anna herself. The building stayed quiet, and no threats or warnings arrived. Whatever grip they'd held on this place had slipped, and maybe they'd realized it was finally over. But even though Anna was gone, I couldn't let her memory vanish quietly. Her story was too important, too real, to simply fade back into silence. She'd been erased once already. I wouldn't let it happen again. So I wrote everything down, every detail, every conversation, every late-night whisper through the vents. I gathered old documents, records from the city archives, and copies of those dismissed missing person reports. Then, when it felt complete, I sent copies to every local news outlet I could find, newspapers, websites, radio stations, anyone who might listen. I didn't care anymore if they thought I was crazy. I just needed Anna's story to be heard, to be acknowledged publicly, even if only once. The local paper picked it up first, running a quiet, skeptical piece buried on page 5. But within days, interest grew. People began sharing it online, talking about it in local forums. Questions were asked, names were mentioned, and slowly, the truth began slipping out, impossible to contain. I stayed quiet, anonymous, keeping to myself as much as possible, but even so, people found me, journalists, podcasters, curiosity seekers. They knocked on my door, left notes in my mailbox, called me repeatedly. I ignored them all, focusing instead on moving forward with my own life. I moved out of the apartment as soon as I could. It wasn't fear that drove me away, not anymore, but the realization that this place would never truly be home again. Too many memories, too many echoes. On my last night there, as I packed the final box, I paused, staring quietly at the wall vent, the same one where Anna's voice had first whispered through. It felt like years ago now, even though only a few weeks had passed. "Goodbye, Anna," I whispered softly, gently placing my hand against the wall, as if she might still somehow feel my presence. "I hope you're finally okay." The apartment didn't answer, of course, but I felt a small sense of peace settle over me, reassuring and gentle. Wherever she was now, I hoped she had found rest. She deserved that, at the very least. My new place was small, bright, and far away from the city. I chose somewhere quiet, surrounded by open space, trees, and fresh air. It wasn't perfect, but it was peaceful, and after everything I'd been through, that was enough. Slowly, life began returning to something that felt close to normal. I got a new job, one that kept me busy but didn't drain me. I spent more time outside, away from walls and enclosed spaces. I began sleeping again, soundly and without dreams, no scratching, no whispers, no hidden rooms. But some things didn't fade completely. I never completely stopped checking doors twice at night. I never fully trusted silence again, always expecting something just beyond hearing, waiting quietly in the dark. Then, one warm evening, months after I'd moved away, something arrived that brought it all sharply back. It was an envelope, plain white, with no return address. Inside, a single folded piece of paper with a short handwritten note. "They believed you. Everyone knows now. Thank you for not forgetting me." My chest tightened sharply as I read the words, heart racing with sudden disbelief and quiet wonder. The handwriting was careful, gentle, and familiar, the same fragile, uncertain script that had pleaded for freedom on the closet wall. Anna's handwriting. For a long moment, I stood frozen, staring at the paper, struggling to understand how it was possible. Then, slowly, a quiet warmth filled my chest, something like gratitude and relief, mingling gently with a deeper understanding. Anna hadn't vanished entirely. Maybe she never would. Her presence, her memory, it was out there now, known and shared by others. She wasn't trapped anymore, and she wasn't forgotten. That was enough. I kept the note carefully, placing it alongside Mr. Hartley's. Both notes lived quietly in my dresser drawer, tucked away, private but present. Gentle reminders of what had happened, of what I'd faced, of what Anna had endured, and how she'd finally found peace. My life moved forward, quietly, gently. Friends returned, laughter felt easier again, and slowly the tension of those long weeks eased from my shoulders. I knew I'd always carry that experience with me, but it wasn't a burden anymore. It was a memory, an important piece of who I had become. One afternoon, on the first anniversary of that night in the apartment, I returned to the city. The building stood quiet now, the lobby repainted, new tenants living their lives, unaware of the truth hidden in their walls. From the street, it looked utterly ordinary again, indistinguishable from any other old, worn apartment building. But I knew its secrets now, knew the shadows hidden inside it, and even if the world moved forward, forgetting and rebuilding, Anna and I would always remember. As I stood there, quietly watching from across the street, a breeze stirred gently, warm and reassuring, brushing softly across my face. I closed my eyes briefly, feeling it surround me, peaceful and familiar. Maybe it was nothing, just wind on a summer afternoon, or maybe, just maybe, it was her way of telling me she was still there, still remembered, still real in every way that mattered. Either way, as I walked quietly away, I finally felt at peace. Anna was free, and because of her, so was I. This is gonna sound so fucking untrue, but hear me out, okay? I'm not the kind of person who makes up weird stories for attention. I don't post online. I don't even comment on things. I barely have social media anymore. I don't like being perceived, let alone watched. Which is why this whole thing has messed with me so badly. It started in a coffee shop in Portland. I live here now, have for a few years, and there's this little place near my apartment I go to when I need to work without actually working. One of those cozy wood and concrete places with the exposed ceiling and weird art on the walls that someone's cousin probably made. Anyway, I was sitting in the back, near the window, not even doing anything important, just on my laptop pretending to be productive. The place was half full. Mostly laptops, some quiet music playing, espresso hissing behind the counter. Then I got an AirDrop notification. At first I ignored it. I don't have AirDrop set to everyone, so I assumed it was a mistake, or someone nearby trying to send a meme to a friend. But then it came again. Same file, It said, "Video from unknown device." There wasn't a name on the sender, just that generic unknown label, the kind that pops up when someone's name isn't saved in your contacts or they're actively hiding it. I hit decline. It popped up again. Same file, no change. I don't know why, but the second time I accepted it. I think I thought it would be a dumb joke, like a dog video or some kid pranking everyone with a fart sound effect. I didn't expect it to be me. Literally me. The video was maybe 10 seconds long, shot from across the room, from near the front counter. The angle was low, like someone holding their phone in their lap. And it showed me, sitting exactly where I was at the back of the cafe, typing, wearing the same clothes, hair up, headphones in, same posture. Just there. I watched it 3 times. My hands got cold, the kind of cold that crawls up from your palms into your arms. I didn't remember anyone pointing a phone at me. I didn't see anyone near the front looking in my direction. And the file name? That's what really screwed me up. The name of the video was my old address. Not the one I live at now, not one I've ever listed online, not something you'd find on a people search site unless you were really, really digging. It was an apartment I lived in with my dad when I was 13, half a country away. I stared at that name for so long it stopped looking like words. The formatting was weird too, not Video 1 or IMG or anything like that. Just the full address, street number, name, city, no state, no zip. Just enough to know exactly where it was. I closed the video, looked up, scanned the cafe. No one was looking at me. No phones pointed in my direction. The guy near the window was on a Zoom call with headphones in. The woman behind me was reading an actual book. The barista was wiping down a milk pitcher. Nothing felt off, but I could feel it anyway. That skin-tight, heartbeat in your neck kind of tension. I opened the video again, slowed it down, tried to look for clues. That's when I noticed the reflection. Behind me, in the window, you could see the cafe. Not super clearly, the glass was dirty. Light was weird, but enough. And in that reflection, at the same table I was sitting at, there were 2 figures. One of them was me. But not me at the time of the recording. Me from the front, like I was facing whoever took the video. And then me again. To the left of the first one, leaning forward, looking toward the person recording. Same hair, same face, same fucking clothes, but her eyes were wrong. In the reflection, her face was still, unmoving, like a photo laid over a mirror, while the real me, the one in the seat, shifted slightly, blinked, tapped the keyboard. But the other me? Nothing. No blink. Just watching. The video ended. I nearly dropped my phone. I didn't even pack up, just closed my laptop and walked out like I was being chased. I didn't look behind me, didn't check to see if anyone followed. I just walked home fast, through streets I've walked 100 times, and locked the door the second I stepped inside. I sat on the floor for a long time after that, Didn't even take my coat off. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I checked my phone again. The video was still there. Same file name. Same length. Still said received from unknown device. I tried to trace it. Clicked around in settings. Looked for history. Looked for Bluetooth logs. Nothing. It was like it had never come from anywhere at all. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the hallway light on and left the blinds open so I could see if anyone came up to the window. No one did. But around 3 in the morning, I opened my camera app, not to take a photo, just to look. And for a second, just a second, I thought I saw something in the front-facing preview. Something behind me. That looked like me. I didn't go back to the coffee shop. That probably sounds obvious, but for me, it was a big deal. That place was part of my routine. I don't have many constants, and that little back table near the window was one of them. But after what happened, even walking past it made my chest feel too tight. I stayed inside for a few days. Called in sick, closed the blinds, kept the hallway light on and the TV going at low volume, just so I wouldn't hear the quiet too clearly. I watched the video again on the second day. Not because I wanted to, but because I needed to know if I'd imagined it. Same clip, same angle, me sitting at the table, and in the reflection, that second version of me, staring into the camera like she already knew I'd be watching later. Her face still didn't move. Not once. Just that dead stare, no expression, no blink, like she was made of paper, like she was waiting. I took a screenshot and zoomed in. The reflection wasn't perfect. It was warped, like reflections always are, but the face was mine. Not just a general likeness. Mine. Same scar near the eyebrow, same necklace, same chipped tooth in the front, barely noticeable unless you're up close. The same, but not. Her skin looked too smooth. Her eyes too wide. She looked like me, if I was trying to look like me. And failing just slightly, like a costume that almost fits. That was worse than if it had been completely wrong. The wrongness was subtle, hidden in the details. That's what made it sink in deeper. By the third day, I tried to explain it to someone. I called my friend May. She's one of the only people I still talk to regularly. We went to school together. She's smart, no bullshit, the kind of person who doesn't scare easy. I didn't lead with the video. I just asked, have you ever had something weird happen? Like tech stuff, something that felt off. She laughed and said something about ads listening in, the usual paranoia. Then I told her what happened, the coffee shop, the airdrop, the video, the reflection. She didn't laugh that time. There was this long pause, and then she said, "Send it to me." I hesitated. I didn't want it on someone else's phone. I didn't want it to spread, like it would gain strength if I passed it around. But I trusted her. So I sent it. She called me right back. "I don't know what to say," she said. "That's you." "I know. But it's not either." "I know." She was quiet again. Then carefully she asked, "Do you think someone could have made this? Like a copy? A face thing? A deep fake? Yeah, I wanted to say yes. I wanted that to be the answer. But I shook my head, even though she couldn't see me. It's not just the face, I said. It's the address. It's the reflection. It's the way I felt right before it showed up. What do you mean? I took a breath. I felt like someone was watching me. Not in the obvious way. Not creepy guy. Across the room. It was like something just outside my line of sight. Like the space around me was too full. She didn't respond for a bit. Then she said, "Okay, don't open it again. Just delete it. If it's messing with you that bad, don't give it more attention." I promised I'd delete it. But I didn't. I couldn't. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the file name. My old address. I hadn't thought about that place in years. It was this weird little duplex in the middle of nowhere, tucked between empty fields and a rusted-out playground. We only lived there for a couple of years, but something about that time left a mark. My dad and I didn't talk much anymore, but I still had his number. So I called him. He answered on the second ring. I told him I'd been thinking about that old place, asked if he remembered anything strange about it. He laughed. Strange like what? I don't know. Just anything off. He was quiet for a second. Then he said, "Why are you asking about that house?" His tone changed. That was all it took. I told him the truth. Not the video, not the reflection. Just that the name of the house had come up, that I felt like something from there was following me. He didn't laugh this time. He said, "I used to hear things at night." I froze. Like what? Like footsteps and voices, but not loud, like they were inside the walls. Why didn't you tell me? You were a kid. You had enough going on. I didn't know what to say to that. Then he added, "Your room was the coldest one, even in summer." I remembered that. I used to sleep with 2 blankets, even when it was hot. I thought I was just sensitive to temperature. No one else ever mentioned it. My dad said, "One night, you came into my room crying, said there was someone in your mirror." I don't remember that. I know. You stopped talking about it the next day. The line went quiet again. I thanked him for telling me. We hung up. I didn't sleep that night either. Not because I was scared exactly, but because I kept looking at my phone, wondering if I'd get another video. The video didn't send itself again. I was half expecting that, like I'd wake up to another airdrop or a file just sitting on my home screen without explanation. But no, it just stayed there on my phone, like it was waiting for me to press play again. I didn't. I kept it, but I didn't open it. The next day was the first time I left the apartment since it happened. I told myself I just needed to do something normal. Groceries, walk. Breathe outdoor air and feel sun on my skin like a real person instead of someone hiding from her own reflection. I put on sunglasses, hoodie, kept my head down even though I was outside. I didn't feel watched in the way I did in the coffee shop, but something was still off, like the sidewalks were too wide. Like the light hit everything at a slightly wrong angle. At the store, I caught myself glancing toward the ceiling mirrors, the big ones they use for security. I could see myself, distorted a little, fish-eyed. And for a second, I swear she was there. Not fully. Just a flicker. My reflection didn't move when I did. My hand reached for the oranges, but the reflection lagged a beat behind. Then it caught up like nothing happened. Just an error. A moment. I left the cart and walked out. On the way home, I passed a building with tinted glass windows. Not mirrored exactly, but reflective enough that you can see your shape in them when the sun hits right. She was there again. Walking next to me. Not behind, not in front, side by side. I didn't look directly, just saw the movement, the posture. She didn't look at me. She just walked with me for half a block, then faded back as I turned the corner. When I got home, I locked the door and closed every curtain in the apartment. That's when I decided to look deeper into the video. Not to watch it again, I still couldn't, but to check the data behind it. I used this free file inspection tool May sent me. She's into all kinds of nerdy stuff and said it might help trace where the video came from. Even if the device said unknown, there might be something buried in the metadata. I uploaded the file. Most of it was standard. Format, resolution, date, time. It had a timestamp that matched when I was sitting in the cafe. But the location, that's what got me. It didn't list the coffee shop. It listed my old address. Not as the file name, as the origin. It said the video had been created there. Which is impossible. I haven't been back to that place in more than a decade. It's halfway across the country. I don't even know who lives there now. But according to the metadata, that video was recorded in the living room of the duplex I lived in when I was 13. I took a screenshot, sent it to May. Her reply was immediate. This makes no sense. No shit. I wanted to believe it was a glitch, a GPS error, some kind of mix-up. But then I remembered something. That old apartment, the layout. The reflection in the cafe window didn't just show the me that wasn't me. It showed something behind her. A wall, a coat rack, a mirror frame. None of which were in the coffee shop, but all of which were in that old living room. I checked the video again, still didn't press play, just scrubbed to the middle frame and paused. There it was. In the background, behind the frozen version of me staring at the camera, was my old house. I don't know how I missed it before. The walls were the same pale green my dad tried to paint over but never finished. The warped mirror by the door. The stupid metal coat rack that always leaned to one side because we never anchored it properly. It was all there. Not in the cafe. In the reflection, it's like the video had two realities layered on top of each other. One, the coffee shop where I was sitting. Two, the house I haven't been inside in over 10 years. I showed the frame to May. She stared at it for a long time. Then she said, "You need to delete this." I said, "I think it's already in the phone." She said, "Then you need to throw the phone out." I didn't. I should have, but I didn't. Instead, I did something worse. I looked up the old address. Not just the location, the listing. It's still there, still standing, same sagging porch, Same mailbox with the dent on the side from when someone hit it with a baseball bat. And it's for rent. I clicked through the photos. The inside's been redone. New floors, new paint, new appliances. But the bones are the same. I recognized the archway between the kitchen and the hall, the narrow bedroom with the slanted window, the closet door that never shut right. I stared at the photo of the living room, tried to line it up with the reflection in the video. It matched, almost perfectly, but there was one difference. In the photo on the listing, taken during the day with bright lighting and clean staging, there was a mirror on the wall. And in the mirror, there was no reflection of the room, just darkness, like the mirror had been painted black, or like it wasn't a mirror at all. I closed the listing, walked into my bathroom, and looked at my own mirror. At first, it looked normal. Just me. Tired, pale, circles under my eyes. But the longer I looked, the more I felt that wrongness coming back. Not behind me. Not in the room. In the reflection, she wasn't there. Not yet. But I knew she was close. The mirror in the bathroom stayed normal for the rest of the night, at least as normal as it could be when I kept going back to check it every 15 minutes, like a complete maniac. I'd walk away, feel okay for half a second, then catch a glimpse in the dark TV screen or the microwave door and get pulled right back in. It wasn't that I saw anything new. I didn't. It was the waiting, the knowing that something was aware of me and that it didn't need to show up to make me feel it. The silence had weight now. I didn't sleep. I lay in bed with the light on, fully dressed, phone on the nightstand, like being prepared would help. At exactly 3 a.m, the phone buzzed once. No call, no notification. Just a single vibration, like it had glitched. I picked it up. Screen was blank, battery fine, no missed anything. But the video file, the one I swore I wouldn't touch again, it had duplicated itself. Same name, same file size, but the second one had a new timestamp, dated for that exact day, a few hours earlier. And this one was longer. I stared at it for what felt like an hour. I didn't open it. I didn't even touch it. Just watched the file sit there, like it was breathing, like it was waiting to be let in. May came by the next morning. I hadn't told her about the new file. I just said I needed help. She brought coffee and that no-nonsense energy she always has, the kind that makes you believe you can fix anything if you just talk fast and walk with purpose. She sat at my kitchen table, looked me in the eye, and said, "We're deleting the video." I didn't argue. I just handed her the phone. She opened the Files app, selected both clips, and hit delete. Then she emptied the trash. "Gone," she said. But we both knew it wasn't that simple. She looked up at me. "We need to figure out what this thing wants." I said, "I don't think it wants anything." May frowned. "Then why show up at all?" I didn't have an answer. She stayed with me most of the day. We talked about old stuff, tried to shift focus. She even made us lunch, like we were back in school again, hiding out from everything. For a while, it worked. Then she left around 7, just as it was getting dark. I told her I'd be okay. That was a lie. The apartment felt different the second the door clicked shut behind her. Not colder, not darker, just thinner. Like the air had stretched out. I turned on every light. Made tea. Did laundry just to hear the sound of the machine running. And around 10, I walked past the mirror again. It wasn't me. For half a second, just long enough to register it wasn't me looking back. Same face, yes. Same hair, same clothes. But not my eyes. The reflection blinked first. I stepped back. Hard. My elbow hit the wall and I dropped the mug I was holding. It shattered in the hallway, ceramic pieces flying under the door frame and into the dark. The mirror was normal again. Completely fine. I cleaned up the mess slowly, like moving too fast might trigger something worse. Then I sat on the floor with my back to the door and tried not to cry. It wasn't the reflection that scared me most. It was how calm she looked, like she belonged there more than I did. At midnight, I checked my phone. Both video files were back. Same names, same sizes, sitting there like they'd never left. I turned the phone off and put it in a drawer. Didn't even want to touch it. That was when I decided I had to go back to the house, the old address. I didn't want to. Every bone in my body screamed not to. But there was this pull like gravity, like a string had been tied around me from that place since I was 13, and only now someone was starting to reel it in. I booked a flight for the next day. Didn't tell May. Didn't tell anyone. Just packed a bag, left a note on my kitchen counter saying I'd be back soon, and locked the door behind me. The flight was quiet. I didn't talk to anyone. Slept most of the way, or pretended to. When I got to the old neighborhood, everything looked smaller. The trees were bare, and the sky was that washed-out gray that makes everything feel like it's been drained. The house hadn't changed much. Different paint maybe, new numbers on the mailbox, but the shape of it was the same. I didn't knock. There was a "For Rent" sign still posted. I walked around the back. No one was there. The back door was unlocked. I slipped inside like I still lived there. The hallway hit me first. Same floor creak near the kitchen. Same scuff marks under the arch. I walked into the living room and froze. The mirror was still there. Same size, same spot. But it had been covered. Not removed, covered. A black cloth nailed around the edges, tight to the wall like someone was trying to seal it in. I stepped closer. The fabric moved. Just slightly, like breath under a blanket. I reached up and touched it. Warm. I didn't pull it down. I didn't need to, because I already knew what was behind it. Not a reflection. Not anymore. I didn't touch the cloth again. I stood in front of that mirror for maybe a full minute, hand still hovering near the edge, heart thudding like it was warning me not to move. Whatever was behind it, someone had tried to keep it in. Or maybe, if I was being honest, to keep something out. The room didn't feel haunted. It felt still, dead still, like the house itself was holding its breath. The air was thick, stale, like it hadn't been moved in years, even though the windows were clean and the floor looked recently swept. I backed out of the room. Slow. Not panicked, not yet. I walked the rest of the house, not to snoop, just to ground myself. I hadn't been inside in more than 10 years, but the bones were the same. My old bedroom was smaller than I remembered. The paint was different now, but I could still see the spot on the ceiling where rain used to stain through. Same slanted window, same uneven floorboard that creaked when you stepped near the closet. And the closet was open. Nothing in it, just dust and air. But it smelled like soap. Like something had been living in there recently, not an animal, a person. That's when it hit me. Maybe someone had been staying in the house. Maybe someone left that mirror covered for a reason. Maybe whoever sent the video, if it wasn't just some tech glitch or digital nightmare, had been living here, waiting. I should have left right then. But I didn't. Because I still didn't understand why the reflection looked like me, why the name of the file was my old address, why the timestamp said it was recorded here, when it clearly showed me sitting in a coffee shop hundreds of miles away. So I went back to the living room, sat on the floor, faced the mirror, cloth still covering it, and waited. I don't know what I was expecting. A voice, a whisper, another vibration in my pocket. But nothing came. Just that silence, thick and breathing. I whispered, "What do you want?" The cloth rippled. Not like it was wind, like something behind it had shifted, lightly pressing against the fabric. I didn't move. I just kept talking. "I know you're not me," I said. No answer, but I felt it, that electric pulse in the air, like the space was tuning itself. "You're wearing me." Still nothing. And then, from behind the cloth, a voice. Not loud, not even spoken. A whisper that wasn't sound, just words pressed into my head like steam on glass. "You looked first." I flinched. "What?" "You saw me, that's all it takes." I didn't mean to." "Doesn't matter." The cloth pulled tighter against the frame, like something was pressing forward, still unseen. "You made space. Now I fit." I shook my head. "I didn't let you in. I never invited anything." "You didn't have to. Mirrors, remember?" That broke something in me. I looked at my hands, tried to steady my breathing. "You're not me," I said again. "You're just a reflection." I was, but I watched, long enough to learn. I felt sick. "You're in the video. You were in the cafe. Why?" "To see if you'd notice." The voice wasn't angry. It wasn't cruel. It was curious, like a child turning a bug over in its palm. "You're interesting when you think no one's watching." I stood up, hands shaking. "I'm done with this." No response. I stepped back, turned to leave the room. But just before I crossed the threshold, I heard one more thing. Not in my head this time. Spoken, soft and low, like it came from inside the mirror itself. "You left the door open." I stopped cold, turned, but the mirror was still covered. No voice now, no breath, no ripple. Just the black cloth, still nailed in place. I walked out fast. Didn't run, didn't scream, but I left. Back through the kitchen, out the back door, into the cold gray air that somehow felt too warm after the quiet of that house. I drove straight to the airport. Didn't stop, didn't think. I was lucky to get a flight back that day. Paid more than I could afford, but I didn't care. I just needed to be away from that place. Back in my own apartment, I stood in front of the bathroom mirror for a long time. It looked like me. No lag, no second image, no shadow. But I could feel it. That she was still there. Watching. Not through the glass anymore. Through me. That night, I threw the phone away. Not reset. Not erased. Threw it out. Battery and all, into the bin behind the grocery store. It buzzed once in my hand before I let go. One last message I didn't read. I bought a new phone the next day. Started fresh. New number, new account, no backup. May helped me set it up. She asked what I saw in the house. I told her part of it. Not the voice, not the message. Just that something had been watching me through mirrors for a long time, and I didn't notice until it got bored waiting. She didn't press. That's why I trust her. She just said, "You should cover the mirror." I nodded, but I haven't. Because part of me thinks it doesn't matter anymore. I didn't cover the mirror. I thought about it every night for a week. I even bought one of those blackout cloths May recommended, something thick enough to block out everything behind it, but it stayed in the drawer. I'd stand in the bathroom, brushing my teeth, looking into that glass, waiting to see her again, and I didn't. At least not the way I expected. She didn't show up in the reflection, not clearly, but I still caught things, little moments, a second too long of eye contact with myself, a breath that didn't match the one I was taking. The tiniest delay before my expression changed. It was like watching someone pretend to be me and doing a really good job, but not perfect, never perfect. I stopped checking the mirror at night, not because I was scared, because I didn't want to give her the attention. That's what this always came back to, attention. The more I looked, the more I fed it. The more I tried to catch her, the deeper she got in. So I stopped looking. No mirrors after dark, no front-facing camera. I even stuck a little piece of paper over the selfie lens on my new phone. May thought I was being paranoid, but she didn't argue. She gets it now in that quiet way where people don't want to believe you, but they also don't want to see what you saw. The thing, and I know how this sounds, it worked. For a while, nothing happened. No more videos. No whispers. No second faces. I stopped waking up in the middle of the night with that feeling of being watched. Even the dreams settled down. No more mirrors in them, just static, empty streets, sometimes a shadow standing way too far down a hallway, but never close, never reaching. Then, one morning, I woke up and the cloth I'd left folded in the drawer was gone. I didn't panic. I didn't even move at first. I just sat in bed and listened. The apartment was quiet, normal quiet, birds outside, pipes shifting, someone's dog barking 2 floors down. Still, I got up and checked. The drawer was open, not pulled out, just cracked, like someone had forgotten to shut it. And the cloth? Folded neatly, placed on the bathroom counter, right in front of the mirror. I hadn't touched it, I was sure. But there it was, waiting. I stared at it for a long time. Then I picked it up and hung it over the mirror. Not to block her. To close the loop. If she wanted to be seen, I wasn't going to give her that. If she wanted me to acknowledge her, to spiral again, to watch every reflection like it might crack and spill her out, I wouldn't. That was her game, not mine. From then on, things stayed quiet. Not fixed, not erased, but quiet. Some nights I still feel her near the wall when I'm trying to sleep, like she's pacing behind the glass, not trapped, just waiting for the glass to open again, waiting for me to slip, for me to look too long. But I don't. Not anymore. May still checks on me. She's good like that. She came over last weekend, brought food, sat on the floor like we were back in our old dorm. She asked me how things were, really. I told her the truth, that it was better. That the quiet was heavier now, but manageable. That sometimes I felt like I was being mirrored by something that hadn't figured out how to stop mimicking me. She didn't laugh. Just nodded and said, "She probably liked being you." I didn't respond to that, because I'd already been thinking it. What if this whole thing started because she wanted to try? Not hurt me, not haunt me, not even replace me. Just be me. The way people put on someone else's jacket to see if it fits. What scared me most wasn't that she looked like me. It's that she looked like me in ways I hadn't seen in a long time. She sat straighter, made eye contact, didn't flinch. She wasn't an echo of who I am. She was a reminder of who I used to be before everything got small and quiet and digital. Before I forgot what it felt like to be in my own skin without second-guessing every word out of my mouth. I wonder if that's what reflections are. Versions of ourselves we gave up without realizing it. Maybe she didn't crawl through the glass to become me. Maybe I stepped back so far from my own life that she just filled in the space. But not anymore. Now when I walk past windows or storefronts, I look for myself. Not her. Me. And when I see something strang a flicker, a mismatch, I don't stop and stare. I don't invite it in. I just keep walking. Because I've learned something important. You can't fight a reflection, but you can refuse to be haunted by it. I've been driving for rideshare apps off and on for a couple of years, nights mostly. It fits my schedule, and frankly, people are quieter after midnight. Less small talk, more silence. I liked that. The quiet, the dark, it helped me think. That night started like any other. A few airport runs. Some drunk college kids who wanted to stop for fast food. A guy in a suit who didn't say a word but left $100 tip. Routine. I just dropped someone off on the edge of the city. Near the industrial park, those wide roads that look like they go on forever, half-lit and echoey, even when your engine's idling. I remember thinking it was later than usual, around 2:30 a.m., maybe closer to 3. I pulled over near a small gravel pullout to stretch my legs, check my phone, maybe call it for the night. That's when I got the ping. The screen lit up with a single word, pick up. No name, no photo, no rating, just a location, a nearby side road that led into the hills. Weird, but not impossible. The app glitches sometimes. I figured it was a one-off. Maybe a tourist who couldn't get a signal. Maybe a dead zone threw off the map. But the thing was, it didn't ask me to accept the ride. No green button, no confirmation. It was just there. Already marked, in progress. I should have driven off. I should have closed the app and gone home. But something about it held me. That little pin blinking slowly on the map like it was waiting for me. I sat there for a solid minute, staring at the screen. Then, before I really made a conscious choice, I shifted into drive and headed toward it. The pickup point wasn't far, just a quarter-mile down a winding road, no streetlights, trees lining both sides, heavy and still. I turned the music off without really thinking about it. Just wanted to hear the world around me. There was a figure standing at the side of the road when I pulled up. A man, tall, pale, wearing a dark coat that looked too thin for the cold. He didn't have any luggage or a phone out, just stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring straight ahead like he'd been waiting for something more than just a ride. I leaned over and cracked the window. You, call a ride?" He didn't look at me, just nodded once, slowly, and walked around to the back door, got in without a word. I glanced in the rear view. He buckled his seatbelt carefully, almost mechanically, and stared out the front windshield. Never met my eyes. I cleared my throat. "All right, where to?" "East," he said. His voice was low, even and dry. "Keep going. I'll tell you when to stop." I hesitated. "You got an address?" "Just drive." Now, I've had some weird passengers before. One guy who insisted I take only left turns. A woman who cried silently the entire ride and tipped me in foreign coins. But this guy, there was something different. It wasn't the way he talked or didn't talk. It was the weight of him. Like he pulled the air down around him, like the car had gotten colder when he got in. Still, I pulled away. We drove in silence for a while. 15 minutes. Maybe 20. The city fell behind us. The road narrowed. No signs, no traffic, just 2 yellow lines leading us through the dark. I started to feel wrong. Not scared exactly, just off, like I wasn't supposed to be here. Finally, I tried to break the silence. "So, you visiting from out of town?" "Nothing. Been a quiet night," I said. "You're probably my last ride." He didn't even blink, just kept staring forward, both hands clenched tightly on his seatbelt, white-knuckled, like he was bracing for impact. I glanced at him again through the mirror. "You okay, man?" That's when he spoke, quiet, measured, but firm. "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." The words landed like a weight in my chest. "What does that mean?" Silence. I gripped the wheel tighter. The road was winding now, climbing steadily uphill. Trees pressed in on both sides. No houses, no lights. Just that long stretch of two-lane blacktop, disappearing into dark woods. I checked my phone. No signal, no map. The app had closed itself out. "All right, look," I said, slowing down a bit. "I need a destination. I can't just keep driving into the middle of nowhere. I'm gonna pull over unless you tell me where we're going." He didn't move, didn't speak, just kept staring straight ahead. That's when I looked in the mirror again. He wasn't breathing. I don't mean he was holding his breath or anything. I mean he wasn't moving at all. No rise and fall in his chest, no shifting in his seat, just stillness, dead stillness. "Hey," I said, my voice sharper now. "I'm serious. This isn't funny." Still nothing. I pulled the car over onto the dirt shoulder and threw it in park, turned around fully in my seat. "Listen, man, I don't know what this is, but the back seat was empty." My mouth went dry. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I blinked, looked again. Nothing. The seatbelt was still buckled. I threw the door open and stumbled out of the car, my shoes crunching on gravel. I opened the rear door. No one. The seat was warm. And there, on the floor, was a single thing I hadn't noticed before. A small, cracked phone. No case, no lock screen, just a dead screen. I picked it up, hands shaking, pressed the power button. Nothing. I stood there for a long moment, in the cold, under a sky full of stars I hadn't even realized were there. And from somewhere deeper in the woods, I thought I heard footsteps. But they were walking away. Not toward me. I didn't get back in the car right away. I just stood there, holding that old phone, trying to convince myself that maybe I'd just been tired, that the man had gotten out quietly, that I'd imagined his voice, that I'd misunderstood the whole thing. But that wasn't true, because I remember what he said. "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." And I'd never said a word about it. Not until now. I got back in the car after maybe 10 minutes of standing there. Could have been longer. Could have been less. Time had started to feel a little stretchy out there, like the woods had their own clock and I wasn't on it. I was still holding the dead phone in my hand. I didn't know why I'd taken it with me. Maybe because I didn't want to leave it behind. Maybe because part of me thought it would light up and explain everything. It didn't. I started the engine, half expecting it not to turn over, but it purred to life like it always did, normal, familiar. The heater clicked on, blowing stale warm air into my face. I stared at my reflection in the rearview mirror for a few seconds. My eyes looked strange, hollow. I looked like I hadn't slept in days. I took a deep breath and pulled back onto the road, heading toward the city. I didn't look in the back seat. Couldn't. It was like a rule I didn't know I'd agreed to. The drive back was silent, too silent. No bugs, no owls, no trees rustling like they should have been. Even the tires seemed quieter than normal. I kept glancing at the dash clock every few minutes. But it was stuck, said it was 2:39 a.m. the whole way back, even though I knew I'd been gone longer than that. Eventually I made it back into cell range, and my phone buzzed violently in my pocket like it had been holding its breath. Notifications poured in: texts, app updates, a voicemail from my brother asking if I was still coming over the next day. I opened the rideshare app first. No record of the trip. No fare, no pickup history, no in-progress ride. My last logged trip had been the airport drop-off 2 hours before I'd met him, nothing in between. I sat at a red light near the edge of town, blinking at the screen. I hadn't imagined it. The warmth of the back seat, the words he spoke, the sound of his voice, they were all still with me, heavy and clear. I tried the GPS history. Nothing. No route saved, just the line from my last legitimate fare. No winding road, no pin. I turned the cracked phone over in my hand again. It had no branding, no SIM card slot, just a faint indentation on the back like it had been jammed into something hard. I tried pressing the power button again. Still nothing. I opened the glove box and tossed it in, slammed it shut harder than I meant to. I didn't tell anyone about what happened, not right away. What would I even say? That I'd picked up a passenger who vanished in thin air. That I'd followed a ghost into the woods because my app glitched. That his last words made my chest feel like it was being crushed. I drove home and sat in the driveway until the sun came up. Then I went inside and showered with the door open. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. The next day, I found muddy footprints on my welcome mat, not mine, too small, too narrow. I'd cleaned the place the day before. They hadn't been there then. They led right up to the door and stopped. No matching prints leading away, just a single trail in and nothing else. That night, my hallway light turned on by itself around 2 a.m. I heard the click from my bedroom. I live alone. I keep the hallway switch taped because it used to flicker and drive me nuts. It didn't flicker this time. Just glowed solid. A few nights later, I was driving again. I'd taken a break from rideshare, but figured I needed to push past it, get back to normal. It was late, and I was doing a loop around the city when I got a ping. This time it came through the right way: name, pickup location, destination. I checked the name. Noah. The same name from the cracked phone's lock screen. I hadn't told anyone about it. I hadn't even opened the glove box since. I let the request expire without accepting. My heart was racing. It was probably coincidence. There are thousands of Noahs, but I couldn't bring myself to take the risk. The next day, I opened the glove box and pulled out the phone again. Still dead, still cracked. But this time, when I tilted it toward the light, I saw something I hadn't before. Faint. Like it had been written in dust or grease on the screen's edge. Finish the job. I dropped it like it burned. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. My apartment was quiet, but too quiet. Like everything was waiting. At exactly 2:39 a.m., my bedroom light turned on. Not flickered. Turned on. There was no click, no sound, just light. I sat up slowly, chest pounding. The hallway was dark, the door was open. I hadn't left it open. And for a second, just a second, I swear I saw someone standing at the end of the hall. Tall, still, watching. Then the light went off. I didn't get out of bed. The next morning I opened my rideshare app and deleted it, but it reinstalled itself that night. I don't know how. I didn't touch it. It came back with a single notification. You still have one ride left. I haven't driven since, but I keep seeing him. Not just at night, during the day too, reflected in windows, in the shadows behind parked cars, standing at bus stops, looking the wrong direction, not moving, just waiting. I tried talking to a friend about it, told him about the strange ride, left out the supernatural parts. He laughed it off, said I needed sleep. That night, he called me, said he'd gotten a ride request. No name, no destination. Just a pickup point in the woods outside the city. He didn't take it. But when he got home, there was a single word written in dust on his windshield. Go. It's spreading, and I think I know why. That man Noah, whatever he wasn't just a passenger. He was something else. And now he's looking for someone new. I've always thought I was a pretty logical person, like not the type to fall into ghost stories or superstition. I'm the kind of guy who triple checks facts before believing anything, especially the weird stuff. So trust me when I say if I could write this off as a dream, or stress, or sleep deprivation, I would. I've tried, believe me. But every time I start to convince myself I imagined it, something else happens. Something small, something subtle, but just real enough to snap me back into it. I didn't even tell my friend Jason the full story at first. I just said I'd had a weird ride one night, and the guy creeped me out. Told him the guy had no destination and said something unsettling. Jason just laughed it off, like I expected. Said maybe the dude was on something. And yeah, to be fair, I've had people get in my car higher than a kite before. Happens. But this wasn't that. I thought about telling him more. About the app glitch, the man disappearing, the cracked phone. But the minute I imagined the words coming out of my mouth, I could already hear the reply, "Dude, you need to sleep." And maybe I did, still do. But then Jason called me. That was 3 nights ago. His voice was different on the phone, quieter. He didn't make a joke, which for him is like a cat not hissing. Something had to be seriously off. He told me he got a ride request late at night, just like I had. No name, no destination, just a blinking pickup pin. And it wasn't even on the map, it was in that weird gray no man's land, where the roads kind of blur and the app stutters. He didn't take it. He said the second he saw it, his stomach dropped. Felt like the air got thicker, he said, like something was watching through the screen. And that would have been bad enough. But then he got home and found one word scrawled into the grime on his windshield. Go. Not something you can laugh off. He was freaked. I could hear it in his voice. I asked if he still had the message, and he said no. He wiped it off right away. I get that. I would have too. That's when I told him everything. Not just the creepy ride, but the missing record, the empty back seat, the cold silence, the same line the guy whispered, "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." I told him about the cracked phone I still had stashed in my glove box, and how it never turned on, but had that faint scrawl on the glass. Finish the job. And Jason went dead silent for like 30 seconds. Then he just said, "Man, I think you passed it on." I didn't have a response for that. I spent the next day doing what I always do. When something doesn't make sense, I Googled it. I started looking into similar stories. I dug through forums, Reddit threads, even creepypasta sites I normally roll my eyes at. I didn't care. I just wanted to find someone who'd experienced something even remotely like what I did. And I found a few scattered comments buried deep under unrelated posts, people talking about ghost fares, passengers vanishing mid-trip, GPS routes leading nowhere, clocks freezing at weird times. One post stuck out. A guy from New Mexico, username long deleted, wrote that he'd been driving late one night when he got a ride request that came through, already marked in progress. He picked up a man who said, "It's not about the destination. Just keep going." The man never made eye contact, never spoke again. That driver said he made it 30 miles outside the city before realizing he wasn't following any road he recognized. Then his app crashed. And when he looked in the back seat, the man was gone. Just like me. He ended the post with, "Now it's my turn to find someone else, because that's how it works. I didn't finish the job, so it's not over." And yeah, I know how it sounds, like a chain letter or some urban legend, a dumb story meant to get a rise out of people, but it didn't feel like that. The way it was written, the tone, the pacing, it didn't read like fiction. It felt like someone unraveling, someone real. Someone like me. I couldn't stop thinking about the phrase, "finish the job." What does that even mean? Is it literal, metaphorical? Am I supposed to do something or not do something? The not knowing is the worst part. That night, I went out to my car again, just to sit, just to, I don't know, feel connected to what happened, I guess. I didn't turn on the engine. Just sat in the driver's seat, staring at the dashboard, like it might blink to life and explain things. I was there for maybe 10 minutes when the smell hit me. It wasn't strong, not at first, just a faint scent in the air, like dirt, wet, earthy dirt, the kind that smells like it was just turned, like something had been buried and recently dug back up. It wasn't there before. I checked under the seats, floor mats, glove box, nothing. Then I looked in the rearview mirror. Nothing in the seat. But it looked off. The seat belt. It was buckled again. I know I unbuckled it. I remember it being loose. But now it was perfectly fastened. I got out of the car so fast I nearly tripped over myself. I didn't even lock the doors behind me, just went back inside and slammed the front door like it could stop whatever was happening. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that back seat, the way he sat there, so still, like he was waiting. For what, I have no clue. But it's like the moment you notice something is wrong and can't unsee it, that gut-level panic that makes your spine feel hollow. The next morning, my phone had a new notification. The rideshare app had reinstalled itself, again. Same message. One ride left. And this time, the pickup pin? It was right outside my apartment, like 20 feet from my front door. I watched it blink on the screen for over an hour. I never opened the door, never checked outside. I was scared, not just scared, but that weird kind of fear where it feels like you're on the edge of something. Like if you look, you'll see, and once you see, you'll never unsee it again. That's where I'm at now, writing this. I haven't left my place in 2 days. I turned off my phone, threw the cracked one in the trash behind a grocery store 2 towns over. I've locked the doors, closed the curtains. I haven't dared peek outside after sunset. But I still feel him. I don't know if he's waiting for me to drive again, or if he's already inside. Maybe that's what they mean by finish the job. You drive long enough, and eventually he stops being the passenger and becomes the one behind the wheel. I don't really know what normal looks like anymore. Before all this, I used to have routines. Morning started with a strong cup of gas station coffee, followed by a scroll through my messages, checking rideshare bonuses or promotional boosts for the day. Then I'd head out, drive around the city, maybe pick up 5 or 6 passengers before lunch, take a break, back at it until midnight if the tips were decent. That was my life. Simple, repetitive, predictable. Now I wake up and the first thing I do is check the locks. Not my phone, not my email, just the locks. Then I go to the window and stare at the street like it's going to move, like it might change. I know that sounds weird, but after everything I've told you, you can probably understand why. 2 nights ago, I found my car unlocked. That might not sound like a big deal, but I always lock it, always. It's automatic at this point. It's like muscle memory. I press the fob before I even get out sometimes. But that night, I looked out my window and saw the driver's side door was cracked open just an inch. Just enough to be obvious, enough to make a statement. I didn't go down to check right away. I stood behind the curtain, staring at it like it might close by itself if I waited long enough. I didn't move for a solid 15 minutes. My hands were shaking the whole time. Eventually, I forced myself to go down. I brought my phone in one hand and a hammer in the other, which is dumb because I've never hit anyone in my life and probably wouldn't know how. But I needed something, you know, something to make me feel like I had control. The car was empty. Clean even, like too clean. The passenger seat looked freshly wiped. The back seat was pristine. No wrappers, no receipts, no trace of life, except for one thing. A single ride receipt had been printed and placed on the dashboard, like old school cab receipts, except I didn't have a printer in the car. I don't even own a printer. It had no date, no location, just a name, Noah, and under it, one line, trip incomplete. That was when I realized I wasn't just being haunted, I was being tracked, monitored maybe, or chosen. And here's the thing, I never picked a guy named Noah up, not officially, not on any log, not on any record, but I remember him, the way he looked straight ahead, never blinking. The way his hands gripped the seatbelt like he was holding on for more than just the ride. I tried looking him up. I don't know why. Maybe I thought if I could find something in obituary, a missing persons report, it would make this feel less insane. Like there was a reason, something I could hold on to. I didn't find anything useful, but I did find something. A post on an old paranormal forum, dated 5 years ago. Title was simple, "Rideshare Glitch Anyone Else?" I clicked it. Most of the replies were jokes, or people sharing creepy stories that were clearly fake. But the original post? It was different. The guy described a night almost identical to mine. Passenger shows up without a request. Long silent ride, gives no destination, repeats the line, keep going, even if it feels wrong. Ends the post by saying he saw the man again a few days later, standing outside his apartment. The post ends with, "I think I picked up something I wasn't meant to. It's not a person. It's a job that passes on. I didn't finish it, so now it's following me." That part hit hard. Because yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. Like I got handed a task I never signed up for. And every time I ignore it, every time I pretend I'm not part of it, something else goes wrong. Jason hasn't answered my texts in 2 days. Last I heard from him, he said the rideshare app reinstalled itself on his phone again, just like mine. He didn't even open it. Just powered the phone off and tossed it in a drawer. I called him yesterday, straight to voicemail. His social media is still up, but no new posts. I even DM'd his girlfriend, asking if he was all right. She replied with just one sentence. He said he was going for a drive. That was 2 nights ago. That same night, my doorbell rang at exactly 3:14 a.m. I didn't get up to answer it, just lay there under the covers, holding my breath. It rang once, then silence. I waited until the sun came up before checking the front step. Nothing was there, except for tire tracks in the street, right in front of my driveway. Not mine. I've thought a lot about what the rules are, if there are any. Like, what happens if I do pick someone up again? What if I go back to that place where I first found him and wait? Would that end it? Or would it make it worse? The note said, finish the job. But what job? Give someone a ride. Deliver him somewhere. What if I already did and failed? Here's the part that's really messing with my head. I think this thing wants to be noticed, that it needs a driver. It doesn't just show up randomly. It waits for someone with enough curiosity, someone willing to push a little too far, ignore a few too many red flags. And then it climbs in. And you don't even realize you've agreed to something until it's too late. I keep replaying that moment in the car when he said, "You picked me up because they told you to." I brushed it off as weird rambling, but now I think he meant it literally. Like the app or whatever's behind it chose me, like I was being tested. Maybe I failed. Or maybe I passed. I don't know which would be worse. Last night, I slept in my car. I didn't mean to. I was sitting there, engine off, just thinking, and I guess I dozed off. At 3:14 a.m., I woke up. The car was ice cold. My rear-view mirror had been tilted slightly, just enough that I could see my own eyes, but they didn't look like mine. I reached for the door handle and paused when I saw the cracked phone. It was back in the glove box. I hadn't touched it since throwing it away 2 towns over. And on the screen, one new message. Ready when you are. I shut the glove box and started the car. And now I'm writing this from the parking lot of an old gas station outside city limits. I don't know why I came here. It just felt right or expected. I've got half a tank of gas, My phone's at 80%. And there's a man standing under the streetlight across the road. He hasn't moved in 10 minutes. I think he's waiting for me to unlock the doors. I didn't unlock the doors. I sat there, both hands on the steering wheel, my foot hovering over the brake, heart thudding like a drum beat in my throat. The guy under the streetlight just stood there, staring. Or maybe not staring, I couldn't see his eyes from this distance, but I could feel it. That heavy pressure, like I was under a spotlight and he was waiting for a cue. I kept telling myself to start the car, just leave, floor it, don't look back, but I didn't move. It was like my limbs forgot how to respond to me, like I wasn't completely in control anymore. It was the cold, maybe. The air had this wet bite to it, like it had rained hours ago and everything still clung to that damp weight. The windows fogged slightly from my breath, and I wiped a circle clear with my sleeve. He was still there, still unmoving. That made two of us. And then he did move. One step forward. That's all. But it felt like a decision had been made. I finally broke out of it, turned the key, threw the car into reverse, and backed out of the lot faster than I should have. Tires skidded a little, and for a second I thought I'd clipped something, but when I checked the rear view, it was just shadows. Or maybe not. I didn't wait to find out. I drove for almost an hour, no destination, just moving. I turned off the GPS, turned off the music, drove until I didn't recognize any of the signs, took random exits, followed roads just to lose myself. And still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every now and then I'd glance at the rear view, half expecting to see someone in the back seat again. Sometimes I thought I caught a glimpse of something, just a shift of shadow, the suggestion of movement. But every time I turned to look directly, there was nothing there. I finally pulled off at a rest stop, one of those older ones with vending machines from a different decade and bathrooms that make you consider holding it in. I sat on a bench outside and stared up at the sky. I couldn't tell you what I was thinking, really. Everything was tangled, a million half thoughts and questions. Why me? Why now? Was there a pattern? Was I supposed to do something? Or was this punishment for something I didn't even remember doing? Then my phone buzzed. No notification this time, just a buzzing like a text that didn't show up. I checked it anyway, mostly out of habit. There was a new message. You're going the wrong way. That's it. No name, no number. And that's when I noticed something else. My rideshare app was open again. I swear on everything, I didn't open it. I deleted it twice. But there it was. And it had a route already set. Starting point, me. Destination, unlisted. And underneath the route line was a little blinking icon, a passenger. No name, no details, just the word. Noah. Again. I stared at it for a long time. I don't even know why. It was like watching something slowly catch fire and not doing anything about it. You can't look away, even when you should. Eventually I got back in the car. I didn't start it right away, just sat there, hand on the keys, trying to steady my breathing. I told myself I wasn't going to follow the route. But I did. I don't know if I chose to or if something chose for me. It's a blurry line now. The road it took me down wasn't on any map I'd seen before. long stretches of cracked pavement, the kind with grass pushing through. No signs, no lights, just tree after tree, pressing in closer with each mile. I was maybe 15 minutes into the drive when I realized the GPS arrow was gone. Just the line now, a road to nowhere. And that's when I started hearing it again. Breathing. Not loud, just faint, like someone was sitting behind me trying not to be heard. But it was there. I turned the music up, hoping I could drown it out, but that only made it worse somehow. Like the sound had learned to hide underneath the noise. I pulled over. I needed out of the car, out of this story, out of whatever this was. I flung open the door and stepped into the dark. No lights anywhere, not even stars, just pitch-black trees and the hum of the engine behind me. And silence. I turned to look at the car and the passenger door was open. Not wide, just slightly, enough to see that it had been closed before. I didn't hear it open, didn't hear anything, but now it was ajar, and that was enough to spike the adrenaline in my throat. I walked around to check. Nothing. Back seat was empty. But the seatbelt? Buckled. Again. That was it. That was the moment I broke. I slammed the door, got back in the driver's seat, and screamed into the steering wheel. Not even words, just noise. A raw, panicked attempt to push the fear out of my body. When I looked up, the dashboard clock read 3:14 a.m. Every damn time. Something shifted then. I don't know how to explain it. The air inside the car thickened. The windows fogged instantly, like I was in a freezer. And in the rearview mirror, I saw movement. I didn't want to look. But I did. There was no one in the seat. But there was a shape in the mirror. Not solid, not clear, just wrong. Like the air had folded. And then I heard it. That same voice, dry and low, whispering from the back. You're almost there. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The car was suddenly freezing, and all I could see was that mirror, that shape, that thing that had once been a man. I don't know how long I sat there, maybe seconds, maybe longer. But then it stopped. No voice, no fog, just silence. And the sound of a new notification. My phone screen lit up. Trip complete. Underneath a single message. Thank you for driving, Noah. And then everything closed. The app, the route, the GPS. It was like nothing had ever been there. I sat in that car until daylight, shaking, staring at the empty seat beside me, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. I think I finished the job. I don't know what that means. Not really. But for the first time in weeks, I felt like I wasn't being watched. At least not by him. Still, I haven't opened the glove box. Not since that night. I'm afraid there might be a new name inside. I didn't open the glove box for 3 weeks. Not once. Not even when I needed my registration after getting pulled over for a busted taillight. I gave the cop my license, smiled, apologized for not being able to find the paperwork, and drove away with a warning. The whole time, my hand hovered near the latch, but I couldn't do it. I was terrified that I'd see another phone, or a name written on old paper. Maybe something worse, something that didn't belong to me at all. After what happened that night after Noah, I needed to believe it was over. I needed to believe I'd closed whatever door I'd somehow opened. And for a while, it felt like I had. The app never came back, not even once. No more strange messages, no 3:14 a.m. wake-ups, no more open doors or whispered words or footsteps outside my apartment. Nothing. It was quiet. Not the eerie kind of quiet, not the something's about to happen kind, just peace. I started sleeping again. I deleted every rideshare-related app and changed my number. I moved to a new place across town, got a job working security for a storage facility. Night shift still but stationary, locked gates, no strangers getting into my car, no destinations to follow. I even started going to therapy. I didn't tell my therapist everything, how could I? I mean, who would believe me? But I told her enough. About the ride, about how it felt, about how afraid I'd been of things I couldn't explain. She listened. She didn't interrupt. And after a while, I started to feel like I had my feet on the ground again. I still thought about Noah. Not every day, but enough. I'd catch myself looking at the rear view when I was alone in the car, or checking the dash clock out of habit, but nothing ever happened. Eventually, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, it really was over. Until last Tuesday. I was doing inventory checks in one of the back units at work, big metal containers, mostly filled with old furniture and boxes no one ever comes to claim. Most of the time it's boring, but I like the quiet. That night, I was cataloging the lock codes when I found something taped to the inside of one of the unit doors. It was a receipt, just like the one I'd found on my dashboard. But this one had no name, just a time, 3:14 a.m. And one word scribbled across the top, almost too light to see. Passenger. I felt the bottom drop out of my stomach. My hands started shaking, but not from cold. Someone had been there. Someone knew where I worked. And maybe they weren't done with me after all. But then something else hit me. The handwriting. It wasn't the same. This one was sloppier, sharper. I stared at it for a long time. Then I folded it neatly and slipped it into my pocket. I went back through the storage logs for the last month, found out that unit had recently been rented just for a week, paid in cash, no real name attached, just initials. J.W. Jason? I hadn't heard from him since he said he was going for a drive. That was over a month ago. I tried his phone again, straight to voicemail. I started digging, reached out to a few mutual friends. One of them said Jason had dropped off the grid, left town maybe, told people he needed space. No one had actually seen him, not since the night he disappeared. I think he picked someone up. I think he became the driver. That's how it works, right? That's what I started to understand. The ride ends when it's passed on, when the next driver takes the wheel, when someone else picks up the fare. That's why it left me alone. Because it wasn't about me anymore. It had found someone else. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or sick to my stomach. I kept the receipt, put it in a drawer with the other one, the first one. They sit there now, side by side, proof, I guess. If I ever forget it happened, if I ever need to remember how close I got. I don't drive strangers anymore, not for money, not for favors, not even when friends beg. I sold the old car and got a new one. No ride history, no connection. I still check the back seat every night. Still wake up sometimes at 3:14 a.m., sweating, heart pounding, even when nothing's there. But I'm here. I'm alive. And I think that matters. I don't know what it was. I don't know if Noah was a ghost or a curse or something worse, but I do know this. It wanted to be remembered. That's why it kept leaving traces, notes, receipts, that weird fog in the car. The ride was never about getting somewhere, it was about passing through, taking something with it, leaving something behind. Maybe I finished the job. Maybe I didn't. But it's not my ride anymore. It belongs to someone else now. If you're reading this, if this somehow sounds familiar, if you've seen the same route pop up on your app, or found a cracked phone in your glove box, or if your dashboard clock freezes at the same time every night, don't accept the ride. Lock your doors. And for the love of God, never look in the rearview mirror.